Chapter 844. Lu Xiaoyi led the sword-bewitching blade formation as fast as lightning. The overall situation had been stirred up, and he didn't have much time left. Without him and the sword-bewitching blade's interference, the sword vein's forces were like euthanasia. No matter how hard they tried and how tragic they were, the obvious difference in their strength made their efforts go to waste. This situation might have been better if they were in a normal battle space, but in a chess piece space, the swordsman's wide range of swords had completely lost the support of the environment. This made their battle seem dull, more like a positional battle. At least there was still a chance. However, Lu Xiaoyi was not optimistic about the sword vein's final assault. He believed in himself more. This was because he now had the maximum movement speed of 30 squares. He gave his final order to the 21 swordsmen behind him. Everyone. Today, it is my honor to be able to fight alongside all of you. However, I will not be leading you from now on because time does not allow for it. I have to go in alone. You do not have my movement speed on the chessboard, so I am very sorry. The swordsmen were dejected. They knew that their leader already had the maximum movement speed on the heaven and earth chessboard. 30 squares was not something they could surpass no matter what, not to mention the ability to survive in a chaotic battle. Their leader might have it, but they definitely did not. If he were to bring them along and do a 5-grid jump, the Arhat formation would not have enough space to accommodate them. Secondly, they would be a hindrance to their leader in the encirclement. In this kind of situation, it was actually more flexible for one person to charge into the midst of a magnificent army than for 20 people to charge in. We can harass you from the outside and reduce the pressure on you, one of the swordsmen suggested. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, "That is what I wanted to say. Everyone has their own responsibilities. I will not interfere with what you do outside because I believe that you will make the best choice for the sword vein. However, this is not the time to sacrifice your life. There is no need for that. There are still many things you need to do to preserve your lives. Don't think that I will die if I rush into the Arhat formation. Let me tell you the truth. When I encounter a situation that I can't resist, I will retreat without hesitation." The swordsmen each had their own thoughts. As for what they would choose in the end, it was not up to him to decide. If they had to die for the so-called sword heart, no one would be able to stop them. He turned his gaze to the anti-Arhat formation, carefully pondering the next possible landing spot. When the anti-Arhat formation was strict, there were very few empty spaces in the formation. If he wanted to step in, he could only choose a space with an Arhat monk. He had to go through a battle first before he could observe if there were any traces of military chess within the 7 spaces of the space. The current situation was that the battle was coming to an end, and a large number of cultivators had been eliminated. The chessboard seemed very empty. Whether it was the Arhat formation or the sword vein's assault formation, they were much less dense than at the beginning of the battle. In other words, there was a possibility of directly entering the empty space. It was not that he was afraid of death and did not want to fight. It was just that there was no need to engage in meaningless battles. He had already increased his kill count to the maximum allowed by the rules. The most important thing now was how to fight for the military flag. There was no time for him to observe more carefully. This was because the less than 70 swordsmen from Xiaozhong Mountain were having a hard time defending the right flank under the siege of nearly 200 Arhats. They had changed their weak facade and were now fighting for every inch of land. However, their disadvantage in numbers and quality made it impossible for them to change the outcome. They could only try their best to stall for time and hope that their comrades would be able to remove the enemy's military flag before they threw it away. While the anti-Arhat formation was secretly adjusting to deal with the enemy behind them, Devil Blade was still 10 spaces away from the end of the formation. Lu Xiaoyi took a step forward and stepped into the empty space of the Arhat formation from 25 spaces away. Before he could carefully observe the surroundings to see if there were any military flags, the space around him sank. Someone had already entered his space. It was different from Chinese chess and the rules of Liu Bo. In army self-moving chess, there was no such thing as who would make the first move. It was an equal battle environment. As soon as the monk entered the space, the Buddha's light around him shone brightly. A Buddha with precious light appeared behind him. He cast the seal of fearlessness and cast the glazed light. He chanted the world-crossing scripture and Sanskrit chants. However, there were some discordant sounds, which were the countless shrill cries. Those were the cries of swords. The monk's movements were fast and smooth. Lu Xiaoyi was even faster. This was not the time to greet him. Hundreds of sword gleams gushed out and whizzed over, mixing with the clear sound Buddhist chants, appearing strange and chaotic. The Buddha with precious light transformed into countless rays of light. As the precious light rotated, the countless sword rays disappeared without a trace. Then, hundreds of sword rays appeared again. This time, it was even denser and more urgent. The Buddhist chants became more hurried and the sword rays became more intense. It was a simple matter of endurance. The monk could clearly sense the swordsman's location. This could not be hidden from him in the chess piece space. Both of them had equal rights in this space. He chose to defend himself with the Buddha, which meant that he would lose the initiative to attack. This was a choice between two. It was impossible to have the best of both worlds. This empty space was very conspicuous and had an excellent position. If someone wanted to rush in and observe the information of the flag in this chess piece space, this was one of the few places they could choose to do so. Although the swordsman chose this empty space and there were no monks within 3 spaces of it, what did it matter? He was also a powerhouse who had defeated 9 swordsmen and had the ability to move 5 spaces. In the upper realm of Juzian, Jindan, the Thorn Monk had always been known for his strength. He was even stronger than the preacher of 10,000 Buddhas. If it was any other opponent, he would have crushed them instantly. The light from the treasures would have turned into various Buddhist weapons and rained down from the sky. The swordsman's flying swords were nothing to him. In less than 10 breaths, the entire chess piece space would have been filled with Buddhist light and Buddhist chants. What could a few sword plates do? However, this swordsman was different. He had already surpassed the upper limit of the chessboard of heaven and earth. How could he be weak if he could achieve this? Among the senior monks who came to the war chess, everyone had doubts about the person who was in charge of the Devil's Blade. The swordsman's orthodoxy was indeed very sharp and powerful, but it depended on who he was compared to. He was just trying to pick a general out of a bunch of dwarfs. For thousands of years, the extraordinary people in the upper realm of Juzian had been divided by the 9 great sects. However, they had never heard of any outstanding swordsman. Cultivators were not radishes that could be developed in a few months. To Jindan cultivators like them, hundreds of years of accumulation, especially swordsmen who needed to be sharpened through countless battles, how could he remain unknown? They did not doubt the strength of this swordsman, but whether or not he was a swordsman? The battle in the chess piece space could not be seen. What if he was a Taoist disciple in disguise? Taishian Zhonghuang's Orn Boots, Qing Wei Immortal Sect's Qian Guan, Xiao Yarou Yu's Xiao Yarou Mask, Huangting Taoism's Abstention, Wn Yang's Life Seed, Yuansha Dongzhen's Cowherd, Human Sect's Tattooed Head, Daoist's Cunning, all of them were possible. Chapter 845. This was the common judgment of everyone. Once they found out that there were Taoist disciples among them, they would have broken the rules and Buddhism would no longer have to abide by certain rules. Under the lightning, what could these sword-vein disciples do to Bitter Zen Temple? They could gather Jindan cultivators from all over the world, but how could they gather Yuanian cultivators? How could they gather perfected cultivators? That was why he used the classic move against Dharma vein cultivators. He knew that Dharma vein cultivators could withstand the attacks of Buddhists. Against such an expert, it was unrealistic to think of a quick victory. When the sword whistled, he realized that he was wrong. This was really a swordsman, a pure swordsman. Not only did he have a flying sword, he also had the crown jewel of swordsman skills, sword ray division. The sword ray division was unimaginable. Regardless of quantity or quality, it far exceeded his understanding of the swordsman's abilities. The pressure was suffocating him. Forget about counterattacking, it was hard to say if he could even survive this round. If he knew that he would be facing such an opponent, he would not have chosen such an opening. Baoguang Buddha was stable and balanced in both offense and defense, but it was not suitable to fight against a top swordsman. In fact, He had another method that was more effective against such aggressive cultivators. Although he did not dare to say that he was confident, it was still better than being passive and having the initiative in the hands of others. The sword ray was still increasing. Amidst the despair of Thorn Monk, he felt that his Buddhist energy was leaking out madly through the Baoguang Buddha. If he did not do so, he would not be able to withstand the sword ray's invasion. Glaring Vajra, this was a unique Buddhist technique that could unleash one's potential. He did not dare to use it easily, but now he was forced to use it. He thought clearly. If this was not enough to withstand the sword ray's attack, he would admit defeat and be eliminated. With hundreds of years of cultivation and countless battle experience, he knew how terrifying a swordsman with this ability was. There was no need for him to take the risk. If he did not do well, he might even lose the chance to admit defeat. At this moment, the sword ray suddenly stopped. The storm stopped and the intensity was no longer intense. What happened? Had the swordsman reached his limit, or was there some other reason? Thorn Monk did not have time to think. He hurriedly retracted the potential that he was about to unleash. It was best to use this forbidden power as little as possible. Just as he retracted his attack, a silent shadow had already attacked him from behind, leaving behind a trail of blood. Others would try to assassinate him in the dark when they were in a hurry, but he was also guarding against this. However, this swordsman was the exact opposite. How treacherous. It was too late for him to admit defeat, and his chances of survival were already cut off. A dazzling blood-red go-piece appeared in the bright yellow Arhat formation. Everyone knew what this meant, but the monks knew even better. One of their bramble monks had been defeated, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The monks surrounded him. Among them, there were even some who could jump 3 squares at a time. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyi spread out his divine perception. There were no flags of the ascetic Zen within 7 squares. However, in the direction of Xiaozhong Mountain, the flag of the sword vein appeared. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyi appeared outside of the 18 squares. This was the position that he had calculated beforehand. In fact, the depth of the Arhat formation was very limited. There were only a few hundred people. Excluding the area where the swordsman and the 7 squares of vision where the flag was, there were not many places that could be explored. Although he had failed the first time, he was confident that he would succeed the second time. This time, he had 2 or 3 pawns at his feet. He was too lazy to care if there was anyone there or who it would be. However, it was very likely that the Thorn Monk would come looking for trouble. None of that mattered anymore. He was now racing against time. It was a gamble. The place where he landed was an ordinary Arhat. He wanted to stop him, but he was powerless. After a few breaths of time, the other Arhat beside him began to hesitate. This was a demon who had killed countless people. Even the Thorn Monk could not stop him. If he went up, he would be doomed. Lu Xiaoyi floated out of the go-piece space. It was strange that no other Thorn Monk came looking for him. Maybe it was because the distance was too far, or maybe it was because there were not many Thorn Monks, or maybe it was because they left their precious forces near the flag. He did not care too much about that. He scanned the 6 squares again. There was a particularly conspicuous go-piece space. It seemed like there was no one there, and the aura was mysterious. What about Xiaozhong Mountain? He was not in the mood to care. To him, the only thing he could do now was to give it his all. Whether he won or lost, he could only leave it to fate. When the Arhat beside him finally made up his mind and was about to stop him, Lu Xiaoyi smiled brightly and disappeared. In the 6 squares, it was a very ordinary area. There were a few go-pieces wandering around. However, when Lu Xiaoyi landed on one of the go-pieces, the situation immediately changed. The left wing of the main attack, no matter how tough the swordsmen were, they knew that they were on the verge of defeat. With their current situation, there was no way they could go back to Xiaozhong Mountain. It was too far. The swordsmen were only attacking mechanically. Even if they lost, they would persevere until the end. They would not admit defeat. This was not a problem of strategy or direction. It was a problem of strength. 9 unorthodox swordsman teams challenging a single Buddhist vein. The result was almost certain. If they could win like this, They would not be worthy of being a sect. How would they be able to stay on the sacred mountain for hundreds of thousands of years? From the moment they challenged Xiaozhong Mountain a few months ago, they knew the result. However, they had to do it. This was a problem of attitude. Amidst the conflict and anger, a red light suddenly rose from the bottom corner of the right wing. In the red light, a large flag fluttered in the wind. Every cultivator on the Go board could see it clearly. That was the blood flag of the Sword Vein Alliance. It had been occupied. Jiao Yang and the others were ashen-faced. They had lost their momentum. What could they do? On the contrary, the monks were chanting the Buddha's name in a resounding voice. Although victory was expected, the process was indeed bloody. The Sword Vein's resistance had also caused bitter Zen to pay a heavy price. However, the chanting Buddha's name was still lingering in the air. The Go board of heaven and earth shook again. This time, it was at the tail end of bitter Zen's anti-Arhat formation. Similarly, a large flag fluttered in the wind. Its bright yellow color was not inferior to the blood flag at all. This time, it was the swordsman's turn to cheer. Although many people were not sure who had occupied bitter Zen's flag, it was not important. What was important was that they had to support their comrades immediately. Bitter Zen's flag was right in front of them. The closest flag was less than 10 meters away from the vanguard. What reason did they have to retreat? Both sides had seized the flag at the same time. Now, they were competing on how to defend the flag. Whoever could defend the flag 3 times would be the final victor. If they wanted to defend the flag, they had to have the support of their comrades within the range of the enemy's flag. Otherwise, who could withstand 3 consecutive 5-on-1 battles? Chapter 846. As soon as Lu Xiaoyi entered this space, he could feel the vastness of this space. It was much larger than the average chess piece space. Perhaps it was to accommodate more cultivators in this space. In the center of the space, a bright yellow flag was erected. It was infinitely high, as if it had pierced through the ceiling of the space. At one corner of the flag, a smear of blood appeared and slowly spread to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was obvious that when the blood completely occupied the bright yellow flag, it would be the moment of victory. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. When he entered the space of the military flag, he saw that the blood flag of the Sword Vein had been occupied. In other words, in terms of time, bitter Zen was earlier than the Sword Vein by an instant. In other words, in the process of defending the flag, there were still endless variables. In theory, if both sides succeeded in defending the flag, then because bitter Zen took the flag earlier than the Sword Vein, bitter Zen would definitely win. No matter how hard Lu Xiaoyi tried, it would be useless. If both sides failed in defending the flag, then they would have to start all over again until they took the flag again and defended it again. The possibility of this was not high, because with the strength of the Sword Vein outside, the possibility of taking back the blood flag was almost zero. Not to mention taking it back, it was difficult for them to even get close to their own blood flag, because the difference in numbers was getting bigger. He could completely stain the yellow flag with blood if he defended the 3 formations, but the problem was, how stupid would the monks be to rush over and attack the 3 formations? He could definitely stall for time. All he needed to do was to surround the military flag from the outside and prevent the other sword cultivators from getting close. The situation of the Sword Vein was even worse, because they could not even muster enough strength to attack. Who would take the flag first? Who would fail first? Who would succeed first? Wait, Lu Xiaoyi realized that there were too many tricks in this. Even someone as astute as him could not figure them out. But one thing was clear. The monks had a much higher chance of winning than the Sword Vein, because they had more strength outside, and because they took the flag earlier. After spending so much effort, this was the result. It was really depressing. He leaped out of the military flag space and looked around. What he saw was worse than what he had imagined. Little Bell Mountain had been completely defeated because there was another thorn monk among the monks who attacked them. The current situation was that the main force of the left wing and the stragglers floating outside totaled only about 300 people, and most of them were attacking the anti-Arhat formation. That was to say, on the way to Lu Xiaoyi's military chess space, there were only 6 squares left. However, These 6 squares were like a natural moat. The monks who rushed here did not give way at all. They were like a meat grinder, constantly bringing the cultivators on both sides to death. The last swordsman was the thorn monk and the rest of the dragon tiger Arhats. With their strength, even if these charging swordsmen were to sacrifice their lives, they would not be able to reach the flag. In fact, this was the choice that the remaining swordsmen had to make. They were too far away from their own flag and had no way to save it. They could only attack the bitter Zen army flag that was close at hand, hoping to lend him a hand. The problem was, even if they managed to protect Lu Xiaoyi, in terms of time, they would only be faster than the Buddhists by an instant. What was the point? It was just a battle of wills. This was too cruel. They had already seen hope, but it was getting further and further away from them. There was nothing crueler than this. So many swordsmen had fallen on their way to help him. This made him very sad. Things should not be like this. There must be a way that he did not think of. The monks were very cunning. They did not even care about their flag being taken away. They knew that the swordsman was a monster with frightening combat strength. If they wanted to attack, they would need 2 thorn monks and 4 dragon tiger Arhats. If they only sent 6 normal Arhats in, they would not be able to return. Thus, they might as well not go in. They only sent 3 thorn monks. 1 died under Lu Xiaoyi's sword, 1 attacked the flag of the sword vein of Xiaozhong Mountain, and 1 stayed behind to block the main force of the sword vein of the sword vein. None of the thorn monks could come up with such numbers. Thus, they might as well let it be. After all, the Buddhists would win in the end. They could also take advantage of the situation to kill more stubborn swordsmen. What a good plan. He could not persuade them. Even if he tried, no one would listen. The swordsmen would not watch their comrade shoulder the burden alone while hundreds of them stood by the side and watch. Even the individual swordsmen from the bewitching sword formation were rushing over. Without Lu Xiaoyi leading them, they were like a bunch of snails. But even if they were crawling, they were still crawling on the path. After the chessboard of heaven and earth, how many of these people would be left? He did not dare to think about this question. Lu Xiaoyi's mind raced. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. The rules of the chessboard did not stipulate that the flag space could not be moved. Since there were no rules, then it was worth a try. Furthermore, regardless of whether it was the movement of the Arhat formation or the movement of the Xiaozhong mountain troops, the flag space had followed them. There was no reason why it could not be moved after it was taken away. Just do it. With a thought, he jumped 10 times, but there was no movement. The power of the rules made him unable to move an inch. Too much. Lu Xiaoyi slowed down his steps. 7 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps, 1 step. But still, he did not move an inch. However, he was a stubborn person. His intuition told him that the flag could be moved. It was just that he had not found the trick to it. Since he could not think of anything outside the flag space, he returned to the flag space. There was nothing inside the space except for the huge bright yellow flag. Now, a small corner of the flag was filled with blood. At first glance, such a huge thing was formed by the power of the chessboard of heaven and earth. It was impossible to pull it out, right? However, he still wanted to try. He reached out his hand and straightened his back like a willow tree, but there was no movement. Thinking about it, when old Lu pulled up a willow tree, he first shook it a few times and knocked it a few times to shake its foundation. Then, he tried to do the same. The result was obvious. With his strength, he was nothing in front of the power of heaven and earth. Novels were not reliable. He had to use the methods of cultivation. This time, he focused his attention on the small patch of blood on the flag. That was the symbol of the sword vein. When his spirit entered it, he could feel the majestic murderous intent surging towards him. Even with his strength, he could not withstand it. However, at this moment, he had an idea. With a roar, his whole body emitted a sharp murderous aura. It was also the aura of the chessboard of heaven and earth. It was a gift from the white-browed old man. However, that time, it was under the white-browed old man's control. This time, he took the initiative to communicate with it. He felt that his murderous intent was growing continuously, as if it had experienced the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years of killing on the chessboard of heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of years on the chessboard of heaven and earth was just a moment. Under the influence of his Tao of slaughter, which was growing stronger and stronger, the bright yellow flag was finally pulled up inch by inch. Chapter 847. Gao Yang's eyes were bloodshot. Up until now, the Seven Colors Sword sect had only 26 out of 83 people who had entered. The other sects were only slightly stronger than the Seven Colors Sword sect. Little Zhong Mountain was almost completely annihilated, so the number of swordsmen left on the chessboard was only slightly more than 200. When the monks used their core strength to form a defensive line, the Thorn Monk and Longhu Arhat's strong defense made it difficult for the swordsmen to advance. Gao Yang, Chuan Do, Mo Wen, and the other leaders were silent. The other leaders of the sword vein were long gone. It wasn't that the three of them were stronger than the others, but that their luck was better and they didn't encounter any unshakable monks. As for whether they should continue to persevere, they couldn't express their opinion, because their opinions were meaningless and couldn't change the situation. There was no hope in fighting, and they couldn't achieve any goals. Retreat. What was the point of this game? Was it just for the sake of a weak finish? Now, every swordsman only had one reason to fight, and that was for peace of mind and for their own perseverance. After fighting for such a long time, countless of their comrades had left them. The only thing they could do was to fight with all their might, just like their comrades who had left. When the battle lost its goal, it became numb, and it also lost its passion. Chuan Do sighed. We can't help him anymore. The other two were speechless and didn't know what to say. To a swordsman, if you couldn't defeat your enemy even if you gave up your life, the impact on your state of mind would be fatal. Just as the three of them were in a daze, a new change occurred on the chessboard. The heavens and the earth shook, and everyone was at a loss. However, they felt that the center of the shaking was where the flag was. The bright yellow flag started to sway left and right, as if someone was shaking it underneath, like a child shaking a jujube tree full of fruit. In the next moment, the bright yellow military flag fell and straightened again. The 10,000 feet tall flag had already been lifted up by someone. In the next moment, even with the flag, the person had already moved 20 feet away, completely escaping the range of the Buddhist Arhat formation. There was also an arrogant laughter. I'm riding my little motorcycle, no more traffic jams, stop him, surround him, don't let him escape. The voices of the monks rose and fell one after another. The battle on the left flank had come to an end. Without this banner, the sword vein's attack would have lost its target, and the monk's iron wall defense would have been meaningless. Under the command of the presiding monk, the Arhats split into several teams and chased after their own flags. This kind of situation seemed to have never happened in history, and they were completely confused about how to deal with it. However, one thing they were very clear about was that if this flag was allowed to sway all over the chessboard, it might really cause something to happen. Therefore, they still had to block it. However, his legs were too short to block it. Dozens of monks with fast movement speed had already begun to chase after him. Among them, the fastest monk, Thorn Monk, could already move 9 squares in one go. However, this speed paled in comparison to the flag. It was impossible for them to keep up. Mo Wen shouted, "Quick, quick, quick. Get into formation and form a circular defensive stratagem. Once we are in formation, the military flag might run back. Then, we can be with the military flag." Gao Yang also shouted, "Move to the border. The arc stratagem is the most secure. We can avoid attacks from one side." The change was sudden. The basis for their reaction was that after their crimson flag had been snatched away by the monks, there had been 2 swordsmen from Little Zhong Mountain who had tried to take it back. Of course, they had not succeeded, but it could be considered as a capture of the flag. However, after bitter meditation's yellow flag had been snatched away, no monks had entered. If they could maintain this situation, would the heaven and earth chessboard take this into consideration when determining the outcome? Everything was a mess. Since the appearance of the devil knife and the one-eared ear, all the changes had become confusing. They did not take the usual path, and many situations had occurred that had not been explicitly stated in the rules. This was good, as there was still a chance. Their hope was to find a corner and defend to the death, waiting for the yellow flag to run back into the formation on its own. The possibility of this idea succeeding was very high, as the military flag would not run away on its own. The key was that the person running with the flag below was their comrade, a swordsman. The small motorcycle ran very fast. The movement speed of 20 squares was something that none of the monks present could compare with. Yes, the movement speed of 30 squares had been reduced to 10 squares because of the military flag. The large motorcycle had now become a small motorcycle. However, it did not matter. A small motorcycle was still a motorcycle. The strongest monk among the monks, the Thorn monk, had only won 17 matches and could only move 9 squares. His speed was half of the original, and he could only follow behind and eat *T. As he ran, he observed the situation on the chessboard. The monk's pursuit was within his expectations, and he was also well aware of the swordsman's intentions. Nearly 200 people shouted together, "Here, here!" How could he not understand their intentions? However, he did not want to go there. He would defend to the death. Then he would watch as the swordsmen beside him fell one by one. In the end, victory or defeat would be decided by the heaven and earth chessboard. He felt that he could do the rest on his own. Perhaps he had other better and more interesting ideas. At this point, with his personality, how could he follow the rules? Of course, he would do whatever he wanted. Do whatever he wanted, and cause trouble. Just treat it as a game. He circled around the chessboard. From the looks of it, he wanted to shake off the monks and wait for the swordsman's sword formation to form before circling back. This was also the opinion of everyone present. Therefore, even the 10 strong monks from Xiaozhong Mountain chased after him, hoping to intercept him. At least, they could not let him run too casually. Among them, the third monk, the Thorn monk, was included. However, his movement speed was only 5 squares. It seemed that he had not experienced many battles. Compared to the Thorn monk behind Lu Xiaoyi who could move 9 squares, he was much weaker. There were also people who understood. The Thorn monk who could move 5 squares had just chased after him for 15 squares. Under the control of the Arhat formation, Zhu Fei was already flustered and exasperated. Don't leave the flag. He can also take the blood flag. Too late. The moment the Thorn monk stepped out of the last 5 squares, he was only 4 squares away from the motorcycle. Lu Xiaoyi smirked. His body flashed and he, along with the yellow flag, had already inserted himself into the space of the blood flag. There was also a dragon tiger Arhat guarding the space of the blood flag. However, with his strength, how could he block the ferocious sword lunatic? After finishing off the dragon tiger Arhat, he began to pull out the blood flag. He had already experienced it once. Moreover, the blood flag was different from the yellow flag. The majority of the blood flag was blood red. It was the same color flag. Pulling it out was easy. During this time, another Arhat monk risked his life to stop him. Because the main battlefield was too far away, the monks knew that the battle would not spread here. Therefore, the monks' defense of the blood flag was not tight enough. Now, it was time for them to suffer the consequences of their negligence. This did not pose a threat to Lu Xiaoyi at all. When he finished off this ordinary Luohan monk and popped his head out, he discovered that the dozen or so fast-moving monks from Little Zhong Mountain were rushing back. The closest Thorn monk was only 4 squares away from him. It was only a step away. He laughed out loud. "I'll ride my little motorcycle. There will be no more traffic jams." He was already 10 squares away, carrying 2 large flags on his shoulders. He was incomparably flashy. Chapter 848. He only managed to jump 10 squares. There could only be one reason. Because he was carrying another flag, his movement was restricted by another 10 squares. The motorcycle had turned into an electric car. Luckily, he had 1 more square than the Thorn monk, so he could still run. In a war, there was never a single person who could decide everything. Even the small fry could shine. Every single person was indispensable. Looking at the leader who was carrying 2 large flags and playing hide and seek with the monks in the distance, he was having a hard time hiding. Song Rong came to the sword vein hosts. Senior brothers, I have something to say, and I'll have to say it. Gao Yang replied, speak. Song Rong said anxiously, 2 points. First, Senior Shan has no intention of returning to the sword stratagem. If he wanted to return, he would have done so long ago. Moreover, there are already monks in front of our sword stratagem. He can't do it now. Unless he wants to force his way in, but once he does, there will be chaos. Second, Senior Shan's movement is 30 squares when he's alone. Carrying a flag would only give him 20 squares. Now that he's carrying 2 flags, he's restricted to 10 squares. I'm afraid this is the rule of the chessboard of heaven and earth. No one can change it. Chuan Do squinted his eyes. This individual swordsman was very observant. What do you mean? Song Rong said, there's already a thorn monk who can move 9 squares. In other words, he has won 17 matches in a row. Or 18. If I let him react and beat me again in 1 or 2 rounds, he would also have the ability to move 30 squares on the chessboard. When that time comes, Senior Shan won't be able to escape. Even if he hides in the sword stratagem, he'll still be penetrated. Therefore, I suggest that all of us swordsmen admit defeat and leave, not giving the thorn monk a chance to attack. We have to make a quick decision. By the time the bald monk recovers, it'll be too late for regret. Golden Elixir Realm cultivators were sharp and decisive. They would not dilly-dally. Gao Yang, Chuan Do, and Mo Wen looked at each other and nodded. This was the last chance and also the most reasonable method. If they could not do it themselves, then they would hand it over to the strongest person. Within the sword formation, a shrill sword whistle began to ring. That was the highest level signal for everyone to retreat. Immediately, the order was very sudden. Those who were stupid might not be able to understand it, but how could those who could form Jindan be stupid? A strange phenomenon appeared on the chessboard of heaven and earth. The groups of swordsmen disappeared without a trace. No one hesitated, because their existence was likely to give Bitter Zen and Thorn a chance. However, the other 2 swordsmen could not hear him. This was because they were fighting in the chess piece space. Gao Yang and the other 2 were the last 3. They hoped that they could spread the news when their companions came out. At the same time, they stared at the thorn monk. As long as he dared to come within the range of the 9 squares, they would immediately admit defeat and leave. They can also send someone else to hold us back first. Mo Wen sighed. Whoever gets entangled will admit defeat. We can afford to lose face like this. Chuan Do said resolutely. What if they admit defeat the moment they enter? Gao Yang was very comprehensive. 9 slots isn't safe. Let's go. We can only leave the rest to fate. The 3 of them no longer hesitated and disappeared from the battlefield. At this moment, the monks finally understood. Zhu Ji asked the thorn monk, Zhu Yuan, how many rounds have you won? 18. Zhu Yuan was a little confused. A glimmer of hope appeared in Zhu Ji's heart. All right, you don't have to chase after that swordsman now. Go and guard the remaining 2 battle spaces. If the swordsman wins, you will attack. I will tell the others not to attack. Bitter Zen still had a chance. As long as Zhu Yuan could win another round, he would gain 30 slots of super long-range movement. Then, the swordsman would not be able to escape. As long as Zhu Yuan could hold him back once, even if he lost in the end, it did not matter. Now, only Bitter Zen was left in the chessboard of heaven and earth. As long as they surrounded him within 10 squares, how many rounds could the swordsman last? 10. 20. There were hundreds of Luohan monks here. Even if he was tired, he would die of exhaustion. Zhu Ji had never hoped so. He hoped that the final winner of the battle would be the swordsman and not one of them. The swordsman's overall strength was not as good as theirs. He only needed one. Zhu Ji's heart skipped a beat. Beside him, Zhu Fei said, Senior, there's another problem. The 2 battle spaces are quite far apart. Zhu Yuan can only guard one. Zhu Ji thought for a moment. Send people to surround the other battle space. As soon as he comes out, attack immediately. But don't win after he enters. Drag it out until the end and then surrender. Buy time for Zhu Yuan. Ju Fei nodded and added, "We can't stop attacking that swordsman. We have to force him to move around so that he won't have a chance to speak. Also, our Sanskrit chants must be heard. We must block all forms of divine sense transmission." The monks followed Ju Ji's instructions. Ju Yuan guarded one of the battle spaces, several Luohan guarded another, and the rest of the monks continued to chase after the swordsman. The chants of Sanskrit chants once again resounded throughout the chessboard, shaking the heavens. Lu Xiaoyi strolled leisurely in the distance. Without the pursuit of 9 squares Thorn Monk, he was in a relaxed state. He was very satisfied with what the swordsman had done. They were not stupid enough to know that they had backed out. Not only would it make the Bramble Monk lose 30 slots of movement, it would also free up more space for his chess pieces, allowing him to jump in a wider environment. As for the remaining 2 battle spaces, he could only leave them to Tian Yi. He was not too worried because it was a fact that the swordsman was at a disadvantage in the battle. It did not make sense that they would be able to defeat the Luohan monks so suddenly. If they were that strong, they wouldn't have been forced into such a situation. There was a 60% chance that both swordsmen would lose, a 30% chance that one swordsman would win, and a 10% chance that both swordsmen would win. If the worst-case scenario happened, it would only prove that Tian Yi was not on the sword vein side. He also had to consider whether Thorn Monk had won 17 or 18 matches in a row. There was no need to scare himself. The worst-case scenario would be a battle. What else could happen? Thorn Monk could catch him with his 30 squares of mobility. This was the first round of the rules. It was a one-on-one duel. He was not afraid. The number of people who would enter the second round would depend on the progress of his battle with Thorn Monk. If he fought quickly, he might not even be able to gather 6 people around him. The third round might be the worst because he would be surrounded by 6 people, and they would be the strongest of the remaining swordsmen. However, he had nothing to be afraid of. There were 3 Thorn Monks in total, and he had already defeated one of them. There was only one left in the first round, which meant that the last round would at most be a Thorn Monk with 5 of the strongest Dragon Tiger monks. There was still a lot to fight. Therefore, he wanted to see which side his luck would stand on this time. He was about to turn the tables with his own strength. Unfortunately, there were no spectators, only enemies. Chapter 849. The 2 battles ended almost at the same time. Bitter Zen Monk's luck was not bad, but it was not bad either. The Arhat won the chess piece space that Thorn Monk was guarding, while the swordsman won the chess piece space that was far away. There was still a chance. It took time to move there. One of the monks had already received the order to challenge the swordsman who won the chess piece. The purpose was to prevent him from observing the situation too much. It would be troublesome if he communicated with the swordsman who was holding the flag. Nan Dang was very confused. The moment he got out of the chess piece space, the situation in front of him was completely different from before he entered the battle. Before the battle, the leader, Senior Shan, was holding the 2 flags proudly, and there were more than 200 disciples setting up the sword formation on the chessboard. How did they all disappear after a battle? Disappeared? Only him and Senior Shan were left on the chessboard of heaven and earth. This was not normal, very abnormal. With such a huge change, the entire victory of the sword vein depended on him and Senior Shan. This made him very nervous, and even the battle was a little absent-minded. What made him even more confused was that even though he was absent-minded, he still did not lose. His opponent was even more absent-minded than him. As a member of Demonic Blade's team, his admiration for his boss was unquestionable. It was only right for his boss to take on this responsibility, but it was strange that he was included. Nan Dang felt that his strength was not bad, but it was still at the normal level. He was not different from the other swordsmen. He did not understand why he was standing with Senior Shan at this stage of the battle. Standing at the end? They were different swordsmen. If Senior Shan was a swordsman, then he might not even be qualified to be a swordsman. The difference was too big to measure. Something was wrong, and he needed to make a judgment. This was his first feeling. It was not that he did not want to contribute to the sword vein. If he did not want to contribute, he would not have come here. But in this situation, The direction of his contribution was definitely not because of his strength. Senior Shan was, but he was definitely not. There must be a way for him to contribute. Even if he won this battle, how many more could he win? There were also several hundred monks, Longhu Arhat, and Thorn Monk. Based on Senior Brother Shan's personality when he was in the demonic blade sword array, he would not come to save him. Furthermore, he did not have the strength to save Senior Brother Shan. In that case, what else could he do? He couldn't kill the man. The flag was taken away by Senior Brother Shan. As for the other 200 or so senior brothers, they had all left. This was the strangest of the strangest. No matter how strong the ascetic Zen monk was, it was impossible for more than 200 swordsmen to be kicked out of the game in such a short time, unless they left on their own. And this weird Luohan monk, he could clearly sense the monk's lack of fighting spirit. If he connected all of these together, then it was obvious what he should do. Nan Dang laughed in his heart. This time, he must not step on Senior Brother Shan's foot. Having made up his mind, he sent out a message in his mind, "I admit defeat." In the next moment, the Luohan monk looked at the displeased Jueyuan in front of him, as well as Jueyaoji and Jueyafei in the distance. "It's not me. I didn't use any strength." He was the one who suddenly admitted defeat. Maybe he saw something. Lu Xiaoyi began to play checkers with the monks. He could jump 10 squares, Jueyuan could jump 9 squares, and the other monk, Thorn, could jump 6 squares. Behind them, there was a large group of monks who could jump 2, 3, 4 squares. How to not get caught was an extremely complicated mathematical problem. The good thing was that the space of the chessboard was very wide. There were nearly 10,000 chess pieces, but there were less than 500 monks chasing after him. As long as he calculated carefully, he could avoid the monks' attacks. It was not that he wanted to avoid the battle, but that there was no opponent that he was interested in. Thorn Monk's strength was not bad, but he was still far from being a threat to him. His interest now was to play with the monks and see how far they could go in the final game of checkers. There was not much time left for the ascetic Zen monk. When the two flags were in his hands, the changes were intensifying. The monk's yellow flag was being swallowed by the red color faster and faster. Now, half of it had turned red, and the yellow color on the blood-red flag was nowhere to be found. "I've heard of sword cultivators and was overjoyed at the prospect of a battle," Thorn Monk Huanyuan taunted. But who would have thought that hearing about a sword cultivator couldn't compare to meeting in person? "Fellow Daoist, do you dare to stop and fight me?" Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "Monk, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? There are hundreds of you chasing after me, all of you want to eat my flesh and drink my blood. Now you're telling me to stop and fight with you fairly? A single fight to determine the winner and the loser is bound by a Tao oath. Do any of you dare to accept? Is Buddha's mercy so merciful? You want others to die. Are you a cat crying to a dead mouse?" Jueyuan kept his head down, but he refused to answer. He wanted to say yes, but he could not bear the responsibility. He knew very well that the swordsman's strength was beyond his imagination. The 3 Thorn monks were evenly matched in strength. The only one who came into contact with the swordsman was defeated on the spot. He was not that strong either. Therefore, he could not accept. He could only play checkers and hope that he could catch up to him while jumping around. As long as he could entangle this guy and drag on for a period of time in the chess battle space, the other Arhat monks would be able to surround him. To them, this was the only way to win, to clear the last sword cultivator out of the heaven and earth chessboard. Those who could run fast were chasing after the swordsman, but most of them could only run 1 or 2 squares. Under the leadership of Jueji and Defy, they built a human wall in the middle. Their intention was simple. After the wall was erected, they would push it horizontally. Then, they would place a few monks in front of the human wall to prevent the swordsman from passing through. The heaven and earth chessboard was hexagonal. The largest width between 2 sides was 120 squares, and each side had 60 squares. The monks still had about 500 Arhats. If they formed a human wall in the middle, it would be as thick as 4 rows. They did not need to line up very closely. They only needed to line up 1 row apart to control the space of 8 squares. If they placed some fast-moving monks in front of the human wall, the swordsman would not be able to pass through with his 10 squares. It was a very smart move. With the pressure of the human wall, Lu Xiaoyi could not continue playing Chinese checkers. Humans had infinite wisdom. His so-called knowledge from his previous life was useless here. Not to mention waiting for the human wall to completely close in on him. When the human wall closed in on him, the space he could move in was greatly reduced. There were a few times when he barely managed to dodge Jueji's attacks. It was only a matter of time before he was captured. This, however, piqued his interest. The monks wanted to fight. He would not. Jueji approached Lu Xiaoyi again. This time, he succeeded in pushing him to the bottom line. He was still 6 squares away from him, but because he was at the bottom of the board, no matter which direction he moved in, he would be caught by Jueji. You want to run again? Did you lose your underwear? If I can't catch you this time, I'll change my surname to yours. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Don't. I don't have the money to raise a son like you. You want to see how I move? Open your eyes and watch carefully. He inserted the blood flag from the sword vein into the chess piece space. He did not want it anymore. Then, his body floated 20 squares away. This flag is not small. Cut it carefully. It's enough for each of you. Chapter 850. The monks would never have thought that this guy would have the courage to make such a choice. What was the point of giving them the blood flag? No matter how it changed color, how could it compare to the yellow flag that was already half blood red? The key was that this guy had 20 units of movement ability, so passing through the human wall was a piece of cake. Even Zhu Yuan could only touch his fart. The others could not even touch his fart, so how could they chase after him? The human wall was useless, and chasing after him alone was useless. The monks were in a desperate situation. Under Juji's signal, the monks stopped their futile pursuit. He slowly came to a spot 20 units away from the swordsman, without a single person around him. Fellow Daoist, you have shown us what a real swordsman is. This is the first time this monk has seen someone as capable as you. We cannot compare to you. However, there is nothing that cannot be discussed in the cultivation world. The chessboard is not a dark room, but it is better than one. From what I see, you are not someone from the 9 greatsword vein. You are just lending a helping hand. After all, the ownership of Wavering Shadow Little Lu has nothing to do with you right now, nor does it have anything to do with you in the future. What can you gain? But my bitter Zen temple can give you something that no one else can. Something that you can enjoy for the rest of your life, as long as you ask for it. If the hard way did not work, they would use the soft way. Well, there was not a second swordsman in this place. No one would know what he did. They saw that he was in the freelance swordsman group, so they treated him as a wandering swordsman from an unknown Little Lu. He relied on his extraordinary talent to achieve what he had today. Shouldn't he be shallow? I am a swordsman. I want a peerless swordsmanship, at least better than what I am now. Can your sect satisfy me? Lu Xiaoyi asked. Juji was a little embarrassed. You are already so powerful, and you still want to learn swordsmanship from others? It is more likely that others will learn from you. No. Although my Buddhist sect has countless martial arts manuals, there is nothing about swordsmanship that can be taken out. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Then, what about a peerless Dao technique? One that can directly lead to the upper realm? You can't use those Buddhists to fool me. I'm already so old. If I were to change my path to Buddhism, how would I have so much time? Juji shook his head again. No. Buddhism is Buddhism, and Taoism is Taoism. Each has its own advantages. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Do you have a pill that can make you have yuanying after eating it? Juji felt a headache coming on. No, if there was, I would have eaten it long ago. Lu Xiaoyi shrugged. Nothing here, nothing there. Monk, are you here to make fun of me? Juji smiled enigmatically. That's why I said you've never seen anything that can really change your fate since you're from a small town. In the eyes of ordinary people, cultivation techniques, pills, and tools are just dead things. With fellow Daoist's ability, it's not impossible for you to obtain them if you work hard. However, There are some things that you can't obtain even if you work hard for a lifetime. Lu Xiaoyi said in surprise, "Oh? What have I never heard of?" Juji took a deep breath. For someone like him, ordinary things could not be used to entice him. Although he pretended to be greedy, that might not be the case in reality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to such a level. His vision must be extremely high. I've already told you. It's fate. You control your own fate. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Fate? Don't tell me you're talking about the providence cluster in each of our minds. I already have it. Why do I need your charity? Besides, the sword vein is a distant branch of Taoism. I've made such a great contribution. When I go back and ask the upper sects for help, it won't be difficult for me to get some special ball of destiny, right? Why do I have to hang myself on the tree of Buddhism? Juji smiled mysteriously. That's different. What we can give you, Taoism can't. It's a fate that you can control. It's a fate that you can devour and grow. It's a fate that you can improve yourself. It's not the ball of destiny in your mind that you can't completely control. Lu Xiaoyi was puzzled. We're both upper sects. What can you give that Taoism can't? I don't believe it. Juji gritted his teeth. In order to win over this swordsman, he decided to reveal some key things. Moreover, he didn't think that these things would cause any consequences. The upper cultivators actually knew about it, but they just didn't say it. Of course Taoism can't do it, because they don't have a carrier of faith. Alright, that's all I can say. You can decide for yourself what you want to do. It's not that my bitter Zen temple can't afford to lose such a small continent. Even if we lose 10, will it shake the foundation of my bitter Zen temple? Lu Xiaoyi's heart trembled. He finally understood why the whole ball of destiny was so strange. It was because he missed out on a very important point. He only focused on the ball of destiny itself, but he didn't notice the carrier that carried the ball of destiny over long distances, the power of faith. The people of the prairie had their luck transferred away because of their messy beliefs. The land of exile had their luck transferred away because of their belief in the dragon god. Who was the best at understanding beliefs in the cultivation world of this universe? If the Buddhists said they were second, no one would dare to say they were first. Suppressing the fluctuations in his heart, Lu Xiaoyi shrugged. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in illusory things. I always feel like I've been cheated. I still prefer tangible benefits. If you don't have them, then it's a pity. Juji's voice turned cold. Amitabha, benefactor, are you going to walk this path to the end? You have to know that although Juzian is big, there's no place that the 9 upper sects can't reach. You may win this game of chess and win the shaking shadow realm, but you may also lose your future, your personal future. Is it worth it to lose yourself for others? Lu Xiaoyi laughed in a low voice. I am a swordsman. I was, I am, and I will be. I am in this universe, and so is that universe. You've got the wrong person. Juji retreated with an ashen face. He had already decided that the next step would be to ask the temple to take revenge on the swordsman's little Lu and his orthodoxy. The bitter Zen temple would not do this personally, and it would not be easy to do so. He could not think of anyone who could pose a threat to the swordsman on Jindan's level. Even if they did not come, the most outstanding of the bramble monks might not be able to do so, but in the cultivation world, there would never be a lack of knives. One person against a power, and a power from the upper sects, would always be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He could withstand it, but what about the people around him? Masters. Friends. There would always be a weakness that could be exploited. When a powerful power made a move against a cultivator, you would not even be able to find a place to hide. The bitter Zen monks began their final frenzy. All 400 of them began to attack the swordsman, trying to find a loophole. This time, they were careless. But for someone who liked to play checkers and had some foundation in mathematics, especially someone who could jump 20 squares in one go like a toad, this game was simply too satisfying. I'll ride my little motorcycle. I'll never get stuck in traffic. Chapter 851. Jiao Yang and the rest waited anxiously outside. There were more than 400 swordsmen standing outside. Among them, 200 had just come out, and 100 had come out with serious injuries. No one said anything. Those who died for the sword were brothers, and those who were seriously injured were also brothers. Everyone's choice was different, and no one had the right to force anyone else. Comparatively speaking, there were more than 300 ascetic Arhat monks standing opposite them. Including those who were still in the heaven and earth chessboard, there were nearly 800 survivors. 200 Buddhists had died, and 600 swordsmen had died. This number cruelly showed the huge difference in strength between the side sects and the upper sects. This was also under the circumstance that more than half of the ascetic Arhat monks had not come. At least, only 3 Thorn monks had come, and most of them had their own missions. Both sides stood opposite each other, but there were no signs of fighting. The monks were because of the rules, while the swordsmen were because of their strength. This was completely different from the 5 rings. If it were Shenyuan and his gang, this would be a good place to kill. Their ideals were different. As they waited, the news of Single Ear's identity began to spread. Every swordsman looked at the 7-color sword sect with eyes full of respect. This made Jiao Yang feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He was very hesitant. Entering the chessboard and risking his life was one thing, but coming out to take the blame was another. When the real ascetic temple began to take their revenge, how could the 7-color sword sect, whose strength had been greatly reduced, withstand it? However, there was also a large group of people who understood. Chuan Do and Mo Wen came over. They knew very well about the 7-color sword sect and knew that with the ability of the 7-color sword sect, it was impossible to cultivate such a freak. The cultivation world had its own rules. It was not something that a small side sect's genius could dominate. It involved too many things, such as martial arts techniques, swordsmanship, resources, tools, pills, mysteries, and so on. Mo Wen suddenly asked, I suddenly remembered. About 10 years ago, the famous Jin Dan of the 7-color sword sect was taken away to carry out a special mission, right? Did he come back? Jiao Yang smiled bitterly. He didn't come back. He was taken in by the sect. He also came back, but it wasn't him. Chuan Do understood. I understand. This was a top-notch expert sent by a Taoist sect. This time, these Dharma noses are quite interesting. They didn't completely sit back and do nothing. I wonder, which one is it? Jiao Yang whispered, mask. Mo Wen was very surprised. I thought it was a Tian Guan or a bull rider. When did Xiao Yaro's mask become so powerful? Their title holders have always been the weakest among the Daoist sects. Chuan Do sneered, that's just a rumor. How can there be a proper ranking between titled ones? Pretending to be weak was nothing new in the cultivation world. That's right. Only Xiao Yaro Yu's orthodoxy is more diverse, and there are quite a few swordsmen among them. I didn't expect their swordsmanship to reach such a shocking level. How can we endure this? The few of them chatted casually. The reason why Jiao Yang had exposed this secret was because he wanted to use the 2 of them to slowly spread the news. Xiao Yaro Yu could take the blame for this, but the 7-color sword sect couldn't. As for whether it would violate the rules, there was no need to worry. This time, the Yaoying Land's chess game was a grudge between the sword vein and bitter meditation. As long as you were a swordsman, it wouldn't be considered a violation of the agreement, even if you were a Xiao Yaro swordsman or a Tai Shen Huang swordsman. Will we win? Mo Wen was very worried. Jiao Yang took a deep breath. We didn't expect to win this chess game. We just wanted to show the sword vein's unyielding will. Junior brother Mo has seen hope, and his mind is in a mess. On the other side of the group of swordsmen, the individual swordsmen had also gathered together. After the battle, they were actually the group with the highest survival rate among the 11 teams. It wasn't that they didn't fight hard, but that they followed the right leader in the process of the battle. They didn't take on too important a task. As a result, from less than 90 people, there were only 50 left. The friendship of swordsmen was most precious only through living and dying together in battle. They all came from different continents. They didn't know each other before, but gathered here for a common goal. Now, they had become friends in life and death. After a simple conversation, the topic returned to the leader, Senior Brother Shan. Do you think Senior Brother Shan is from the Seven-Color Sword sect? If he is, if we join the Seven-Color Sword sect, even if we can't be as invincible as Senior Brother Shan, won't we be able to improve a little? Fei Sha asked. His question was actually a question that many people were asking, especially those individual swordsmen who had formed the Devil Blade. They respected this Senior Brother Shan as if he was a god. He carried the two flags and moved freely. This kind of carefree spirit was not something that could be faked by ordinary people. They just didn't know what the little motorcycle that Senior Brother Shan was talking about was. Che Xie shook his head. I don't think so. If he was really from the Seven-Color Sword sect, why would they send him to our individual swordsman team? With Senior Brother Shan's ability, how many fewer people would die if he stayed in the Seven-Color Sword sect? Now, Defy would rather sacrifice more of their own to send him to protect us individual swordsmen. Also, I saw that Senior Brother Shan was in the last row at that time, and no one looked up to him. Song Rong nodded. Yes. He was right behind me. Senior Brother even stole the kill. At that time, I didn't know him. You, who was in the last row, dared to act like a wolf. I was waiting for him to come out and scold him. A swordsman joined in the fun. Did you scold him? Song Rong laughed. Why didn't I scold him? Senior Brother killed 3 people in a row. When he came out, I immediately scolded him. Senior Brother's swordsmanship is extraordinary. Junior Brother Tsong Rong, from Gushi. The swordsman roared with laughter. They were the group of people who had the least to worry about. They had Senior Brother Shan in front of them, and the 9-sword vein behind them. They were just individual swordsmen. It was impossible for a large force like Bitter Zen to take them seriously. After this matter, they had done their duty as swordsmen. They could be as carefree as they could be without any burden. Nan Dang, on the other hand, was deep in thought. After seeing Senior Brother Shan's prowess, I feel that all my training in swordsmanship has been for naught. With this kind of swordsmanship, I might as well not have practiced it at all. Say, if Senior Brother Shan is also an individual swordsman, can we also form a sect, organization, or guild? Senior Brother Shan can push Senior Brother Shan, and we can all learn from him. Tsong Rong clapped his hands. Nan Dang, you must have been enlightened by that back kick. That makes sense. Since we are all swordsmen, we don't have any assets to hold us back. If one of us dies, the whole family dies. Since we have nothing to do, I just want to see the true face of Senior Brother Shan's swordsmanship. The chessboard of heaven and earth is too boring. We only see people enter, but we don't hear the sounds of battle. It's like listening in on a bed. What's the use of just listening without seeing? Everyone laughed. This was actually everyone's wish. They were all prepared to die here, so what was there to be unhappy about? They no longer cared about the outcome of this game. They were more eager to see Senior Brother Shan's unfathomable swordsmanship. It made their hearts itch. Chapter 852. It was not only the ascetic Zen monks and swordsmen who were waiting for news outside. There were also many Dharma cultivators from a few Taoist sects. Some of them operated the Cloud Sea flying boat while others were in charge of healing. In fact, it was all a pretense. Their real purpose was to monitor the situation and deal with any accidents that might happen. Since they had such a mission, it was impossible for them to send ordinary people. In a flying boat in the Sea of Clouds, a few Taoists sat in a circle. There was the abdicator of Yellow Court Taoism, the heavenly crown of Qingwei Immortal Sect, the tattooed head of Human Sect, the life seed of Wanyan Creation, the Mang boots of Taishen Middle Yellow, and the bull rider of Yuancha Cave. They were also very surprised. Hundreds of people from the sword vein had been chased out. Only one of them was left on the heaven and earth chessboard. How could he fight with hundreds of ascetic Zen monks? Although they were happy to see the Buddhists being defeated, wasn't it a little too exaggerated? Don't forget that there were a few thorn monks inside. They were people that even they found difficult to deal with. Mang Boots smiled gently. He had heard the news. Aren't you guys curious that one of us is missing? Tian Guan reacted quickly. Carefree travel? Do you mean that the one inside is the carefree mask? Is that possible? With their ability? The prohibitionist did not think so. Don't underestimate the carefree mask's ability. These are just rumors. It has been thousands of years. It seems that we have not had the chance to determine who is better. The reason why the carefree mask is said to be weak is because they rarely appear in public, right? When Sho said in a low voice, "It's expose." Not long ago, Carefree Travel and 1,000 Buddhas were fighting for Shajia Little Land. It seems that the carefree mask beat up one of the 1,000 Buddhas' preachers. Beat up a child? How did that happen? Life Seed was very curious. Everyone was discussing. At their level, the Buddhist preachers and the Thorn monks were not easy to deal with. They were really powerful and they had experienced it before. Therefore, they were very curious about the carefree mask. No matter what the outcome of the sword vein was, the carefree mask had made a name for himself this time. They did not know which mask it was and if they knew him. In the midst of their discussion, they suddenly felt a change in the world. The surrounding clouds turned blood-red, rolling and surging, as if a blood-red river of clouds, boundless and limitless. The screams of the swordsmen and the whistling of the flying swords continued for a long time. The people of the bitter Zen temple did not linger. They formed a Buddhist formation and quickly left amidst the low and desolate Sanskrit chants. It was really embarrassing. The dignified upper sect was actually defeated by a few unorthodox sects. This was a major event that had not happened in thousands of years. And they had become the negative example and would be laughed at for many years. Amidst the red clouds, there was a smiling young man surrounded by the stars. His face was as bright as the sun, but he did not appear to be very outstanding. He was currently accepting everyone's congratulations and gratitude without any arrogance. The bull rider made this judgment as soon as he saw it from afar. He had an extraordinary sense of mystery. It must be the carefree mask. He's still wearing a mask, looks like he's pretending to be a swordsman from the Seven Colors sword sec. The Terminator was puzzled. That's strange. Carefree Travel's mask had always kept a respectful distance from this kind of thing. Why was he so proactive this time? According to the usual practice, the six of us will fight while he sits on the flying boat and watches, right? Life Seed flicked his sleeves. There's no point in talking too much. Let's go and see what kind of hero he is to be able to defeat a lower sect alone. The environment was noisy, but it was filled with joy. The losers had left, leaving only the winner, the sword vein, and the Taoists behind. After the hubbub, it was quiet again. When they carefully counted their gains and losses, everyone could not help but feel sad for the price they had paid. Too many swordsman brothers had left, and it was a pity that they were in the prime of their lives. In the sword vein, the Shadow Sword Palace suffered the greatest loss. There were more than 200 Jindan swordsmen in the palace, but only about 10 of them were left. This was because they had been fighting at the front lines on the left side of the battlefield. This was their land. If they did not charge at the front lines, who would? None of them admitted defeat and left. In the end, there was only so much left on the chessboard. This was no longer a case of breaking bones or losing limbs, but they were only left with one last breath. It was impossible to judge if their choice was correct, but to them, they knew that they were bound to lose. They knew that they would lose the birthplace of their power, so it was understandable for them to fight to the death. Who would have thought that things would take a turn for the worse? Now that the land was protected, how to continue the legacy of the Shadow Sword Palace was another problem. How could a mere 10 Jindan continue to spread their branches and leaves in the Shadow Sword Palace? Among these 10 Jindan, with the difficulty of becoming a swordsman, there might not even be a single Yuaniing. How could there be a future? This game of chess had won 500 years of blank time for the Yarrow Ying cultivators. However, there was a gap at the Jindan stage, where they could neither ascend to the heavens nor descend to the earth. In the cultivation world, what could 500 years do? At most, it could only nurture a few Jindan. The turbulent faith of the mortals, the broken ranks of the cultivation world, the covetous eyes of the Buddhists, and the unreliable support of the Taoists. All of these were just the beginning for the Shadow Sword sect. Their difficulties and tests were still to come. They were the first to leave because the land was just below them. There were too many things to do. How to distribute the manpower was also a difficult problem to solve. The second to lose was Little Zhong Mountain. They had proven their swordsmanship bloodline when they protected the military flag. Unfortunately, their skills were not as good as others. No matter how much they struggled, they could not hide the huge difference in their strength. Then it was Seven Colors, Sword Wind Tower, Heavenly Shaking Mountain, Blood Snatch, etc. Big Brother and Second Brother had also lost quite a bit, more than 50%. However, they still retained at least half of the Jindan's strength in their own mountains. Therefore, even though it was painful, it was not unbearable. It would not be a problem for them to recover after a few hundred years. When the crowd gradually dispersed, only a group of people remained. Lu Xiaoyi found that he was surrounded by a few dozen people who were unwilling to leave. This was very strange. Why are you all surrounding me? It's not like I'm going to treat you to a meal. Everyone fought a battle and our friendship will last forever. However, isn't it time for us to go back to our own homes and find our own mothers? Chaisie's face was sullen. We don't have mothers, fathers, sons, or grandsons. We don't have a place to heal our wounds. We don't need it. We are all lonely people here. The domain is our home. Nan Dang mustered up his courage. Boss, why don't you lead us? You see, everyone is quite pitiful. There's no one to take care of them. Their skills are not good. They get bullied when they go out and have no home to return to. These words were a little too much. These people were indeed at a disadvantage against a top mountain sect like Bitter Zen. However, the domain was vast. If they were in another place and another opponent, in the region of the 3,000 unorthodox schools, these people were unreasonably tyrannical existences. How could they be pitiful? However, it was extremely difficult to learn real skills in the cultivation world. It was true that they wanted to choose a leader, but it was also true that they wanted to learn some real skills of a swordsman. It was very difficult to ask. Why should others share their special skills with everyone? They could only beat around the bush. Chapter 853. Lu Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes and did not say a word. Song Rong was afraid that there would be an awkward silence. Senior Brother Shan, actually, everyone saw your great power in the chessboard of heaven and earth, but they didn't see the real swordsmanship, so they were a little curious. They just wanted to know what kind of swordsmanship could suppress Bitter Zen monk. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Swordsmanship is used to kill, not for people to see. The individual swordsmen were a little embarrassed. It seemed that Senior Shan did not intend to form a group. Well, with his skills, where could he not go? What could be difficult for him? It was troublesome to lead a group of lonely souls, and if something happened, he had to protect them. After all, cultivation was a personal matter. Lu Xiaoyi's tone changed. But I may be going to do something next, and I may need the swordsmanship. Fei Shou was very clever. Since everyone has nothing to do, if Senior Shan doesn't mind, we would like to follow you and take a look. Maybe we can help you or something. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. That's your business, I have no right to restrict you. After a brief calculation, there were about 40 swordsmen who were willing to follow him on this trip. Basically, they had formed the Demon Moon Scimitar with him, and the rest had their own things to do. Maybe they did not want to wallow in the mire with him? About 40 lonely people who left without any worries, they really brought out the swordsman's loneliness to the extreme. Everyone landed on the ground and prepared to walk through the crack. However, they did not want to bother the Daoist sect's Cloud Sea flying boat. These people were well aware of the Daoist sect's role in this. They seemed to be helping them, but in fact, it was more like they were instigating trouble. If Senior Brother Shan did not appear out of nowhere, they would not have achieved their goal. From this point of view, everyone was wary of the Daoist's visit. When flying towards the crack passage of Shaoying, Lu Xiaoyi found that there were 2 more people in the group. They had met before. 2 Daoist friends following us. I wonder, of the 2 unfamiliar Taoists, one was old-fashioned and the other was humorous. The one who answered was the old-fashioned one, Chu Tu, the prohibitionist of Huangting Taoism. Fellow Daoist Dan has fate with my Golden Court Hall. Not only do we have fate with treasures, we have fate with people as well. I followed you because I wanted to see fellow Daoist's ability. If you're really extraordinary, then there's no need to say anything. If you've deceived the world to gain fame, then I might have to ask fellow Daoist for a few treasures. Lu Xiaoyi knew what he was talking about. You've eaten and used all the treasures. I'm sorry to disappoint you, fellow cultivator Chu. However, words have no proof. In the cultivation world, evidence is the most important thing. The other cultivator, He Shidao, the life seed of Wn Yang's creation, laughed. Fellow Daoist Dan, don't worry. We don't have any bad intentions. The trivial matter of the Golden Court Hall has already passed. Now it's just a matter of words. As for me, Shaoying Little Land was originally a dispute between Wn Yang and Bitter Zen. We were incompetent and lost this land, causing the sword vein to suffer heavy losses. Fortunately, fellow Daoist Dan's invincible power prevented the situation from deteriorating to the point of no return. If fellow Daoist needs help, I don't mind lending a hand. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care. The purpose of these two was definitely not that simple. As they flew forward, they met Tian Guan of the Qingwei Immortal Sect. It seemed like a coincidence, but in fact, it was intentional. When they flew to the crack entrance, several Daoist special professions had all gathered together, which made him speechless. He was very clear about the intentions of these people. They wanted to see the true strength of the carefree mask. Seeing once was better than hearing 100 times. No matter how much he had done on the chessboard of heaven and earth, they had only heard about it. Some things still needed to be observed up close. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care. Ever since he completely exposed his strength on the chessboard of heaven and earth, he knew that he couldn't hide it. There was no need for him to hide it either. After cultivating to this point, it was impossible for him to be able to hide his head and tail. As for the details of his swordsmanship, how could it be ineffective just by looking at it? Even if you look at it 100 or 1,000 times, you still wouldn't be able to block it. Among all the continents in the upper realm of Juzian, excluding the continents where the 9 great sects were located, the top 10 were actually the continents with the most active commercial activities. Some were regional, some were regional. Out of 3,000 continents, one commercial continent obviously couldn't satisfy the needs of cultivators. However, Red Hill could be considered as one of the top 3 commercial continents. It could be considered as a famous place. Furthermore, there were 2 spatial rifts in this place, which were responsible for receiving customers coming and going in an endless stream. In the 9 continents, it was usually the Yuanying Zhenren who was in charge of the entrance and exit of the crack. They had the confidence to do so, but in Little Continent, it was usually Jin Dan who was in charge of registration. However, in Red Hill, no one was in charge of this. This was the degeneration of cultivation after commercialization reached the extreme. Everyone who came was a guest, and they were all here to deliver spirit stones. How could they use overly complicated procedures to make things difficult for the guests? It was not the cultivators who maintained the safety of the commerce, but rather a common understanding. The large and small landmasses in the surrounding area needed such a place to conduct transactions. Thus, all of them were maintained, and there was no need to deliberately arrange too many thugs. Of course, because of their strong financial resources, the power of the commerce was also very shocking, especially in terms of the number of Jindan. Most of them were rogue cultivators who worked for the commerce. However, it was not easy to hire Yuanying thugs, because they went to the void of the universe. Their needs were different from the cultivators who lived in the region. The business of the Chamber of Commerce mainly depended on the target audience. For example, those major cultivators who had a small number of customers, were picky, and had strange needs were actually not good customers. Their target audience was still at the golden core and foundation establishment stage. There were endless potholes. Although there was no cumbersome registration, there were still a few Jindan guarding outside the crack, providing guidance to the guests who came from afar. They were like ushers in a supermarket, just short of wearing a belt and praising the guests. On this day, the Red Hill Crack teleportation portal was as crowded as usual. There were solo travelers, groups of people, and fellow disciples who were traveling together. An ordinary sunny young man walked out, smiling and greeting a few people. A few Jin Dan nodded in return, but they felt that he looked familiar. This was not strange, as many cultivators made a living in Red Hill. They frequently came and went, and it was normal for them to bring goods. Following closely, 1, 2, 8, 10, dozens of cultivators walked out in a single file. They could not hide their murderous aura from head to toe, causing the ushers to panic in their heart. 4 Jindan cultivators who were able to completely control their aura. There were only 2 possibilities for them to have a murderous aura. One was that they had just finished killing someone, and their murderous aura had not dissipated. The other was that they were preparing to kill someone. No matter which one it was, they did not even have the courage to go up and ask. They were strong, had a strong aura, were full of malicious intent, and had the advantage in numbers. Only a fool would go up and try to stop a chariot. One of the Jin Dan exclaimed, "I remember now. Isn't the leader the carefree travel disciple who killed the Red Earth Chamber of Commerce in the Sea of Clouds last time? Disaster." Chapter 854. More than 50 people flew in the sky, looking majestic. Among them, 6 Taoists drifted outside, while the remaining cultivators automatically formed the shape of a demon sword, slashing horizontally in the sky. In the heaven and earth chessboard, due to the restrictions placed on the cultivators by the space of the chess pieces, the demon sword formed was not perfect. It had a murderous aura, but its form was lacking. But now that they were in the real sky, there was no force that could restrict their movements. Thus, the demon sword's form was perfect, revealing a hint of coldness amidst its allure. Along the way, no one dared to block their path, not even one who went up to ask. They were not stupid enough to knock their heads against the blade. Tian Guan was puzzled. Is there a need to set up a formation? You don't even know who your opponent is. And even if it's a formation, why set up a foundation establishment sword formation? Song Rong said proudly, there are many sword formations, but this demon sword formation is the coolest. You don't know, but in the heaven and earth chessboard, Senior Shan led us to use this demon sword formation, 50 against 80. In the end, there were only 20 swordsmen left, and 80 ascetic Zen arhats were all wiped out. Don't you think the demon sword is powerful? The Taoists were silent. They did not deny it, but they did not believe it. The best way was to see it with their own eyes. Hopefully, this trip to Red Hill would give them such a chance. The small Red Hill did not have much depth. When the group approached the Red Hill Basin, the Jin Dan guards of the Chamber of Commerce had already risen into the sky to intercept them. Lu Xiaoyi's great deeds in the Red Hill Cloud Sea were only a few years ago. The people of Red Hill, or more accurately, the Red Hill Chamber of Commerce, one of the 3 largest chambers of commerce in Red Hill, still remembered it clearly. Lu Xiaoyi's description and appearance were no secret, and had been sent to all corners of Red Hill. This was why the Jin Dan guards felt that he was familiar when he appeared at the opening of the crack. But they did not react in time. They did not expect that the person who caused such a big incident in Red Hill would dare to return so casually. However, the murderous aura of the entire group still caused a few Jin Dan to react. They hurriedly sent out secret messages to buy some precious time for the Red Earth Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, the strength of the Chamber of Commerce could be seen. Not only were there guards Jin Dan, there were also the direct subordinates of the Chamber of Commerce, the shopkeepers of the various shops, the hired thugs of various parties, and some unaffiliated barbarians who did not know the truth and wanted to curry favor with the Chamber of Commerce. All in all, there were more than 300 people in the sky. They were densely packed and filled the sky. Just in terms of numbers, they were much more impressive than the 40 or so people in the demonic sword formation. A person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce stood at the front. He had a white beard and was full of vigor. Towards these invaders who had come from afar, he still maintained sufficient etiquette. The etiquette that belonged only to merchants. Even if you and I fight today, as long as you don't kill me, we can still do business in the future as long as the price is fair. Fellow Daoist Shan are you here to seek justice in the Red Earth with a thunderous momentum? Since you're talking about justice, what about the death of more than 10 Redlands cultivators in the Sea of Clouds outside the Red Mountains? Before he finished speaking, The 300 or so people behind him began to clamor. Although they were not very unified, there were many of them. With hundreds of people shouting, the volume was also very loud. At least in terms of momentum, they were not inferior to the others. According to the rules of the Juzian Upper Realm, the two parties would have to discuss the details of what happened that day, distinguish between right and wrong, and clarify the interests involved. Perhaps there would be so-called middlemen who would come forward to mediate. Both parties would take a step back and have their own gains and losses. Even if they did not agree, they would still choose a time, place, and method to have a serious battle. Even if they relied on the chessboard of heaven and earth, it would still be a high-probability event. Tian Guan, Jedong, Tattooed Head, Bull Rider, Mang Boots, Lifeseed, and the other top Daoist Dharma cultivators thought so. Thousands of guests from various continents who gathered on the ground thought so too. Even the 40 or so unaffiliated swordsmen in the demonic sword formation thought so too. However, there was someone who did not think so. Lu Xiaoyi turned his head. Demonic sword. The swordsmen were stunned for a moment, then responded in unison, demonic sword. The demonic sword was unsheathed. Under Lu Xiaoyi's lead, it rushed towards the 300 or so Jin Dan from the Chamber of Commerce. The demonic sword formation began to move. Lu Xiaoyi shouted, "Sword!" The swordsmen felt their blood boiling. "Sword, come!" Dozens of miles away, the flying swords soared into the sky and arrived in an instant. Blood filled the sky as they rushed like wolves and boars. It was like dumplings falling from the sky. Crackling sounds could be heard as they fell. Some of them really died, while some of them could not get up due to their injuries. In any case, none of them returned to the sky. Upon closer inspection, the flying swords were actually divided into two groups. One group was the formless diffraction sword shadow. Thousands of sword lights were swift, heavy, and fast. Those who tried to block them were in a state of disarray. The other group was the materialized flying swords. More than 100 materialized swords followed behind the diffraction sword shadow and clashed left and right. Under the double attack, wherever the flying swords went, there was no one who could remain standing in the sky. The demonic sword did not go straight for the Jin Dan from the Chamber of Commerce. To the swordsman, attacking from a distance was their forte. The first slash cut across the left wing of the Jin Dan from the Chamber of Commerce's formation. However, the flying swords were like an extended arm. Under the ravaging of the flying swords, a large piece of the Jin Dan was dug out. Dozens of Jin Dan fell to the ground. Just as the demonic sword swept across, Lu Xiaoyi shouted again, "I am in Inan." How could the swordsman not understand what he meant? "My heart goes to the north." The demonic sword spun in the air and changed its position. This time, it cut towards the right wing of the Jin Dan from the Chamber of Commerce. The flying swords exploded again. Under the sky, only the sword lights could be seen. There was no sign of the demonic sword shadow. Under the fierce and aggressive aura, how could anyone resist such ferocity without an organized resistance? The second slash cut through the right wing. Another rain of dumplings fell. However, this time, some of the dumplings were truly dead, some were injured, and some fell to the ground on their own accord due to fear. This was unreasonable. Before the right wing was completely cut, Lu Xiaoyi shouted again, "Remove the claws and wings." The swordsmen shouted in unison, "Go straight to the root of the problem." With the two slashes of the demonic sword, more than half of the Jin Dan from the Chamber of Commerce had fallen to the ground. The swordsman's third slash was about to wipe them all out. However, when they turned around, the sky was clear and there was no sign of anyone. They had all run down by themselves. Only a fool would stay in the air at this time. There was only one demonic sword floating above the red earth basin. Unfortunately, it was daytime. If it was nighttime, it would be even bloodier. Lu Xiaoyi slowly opened his mouth. This was the habit of the Shenyuan people. Unlike others who spoke first and acted later, the Shenyuan people preferred to act first and speak later. This saved them a lot of trouble. If they couldn't win, they would run away. If they could win, just like now, they were the master. Life and death were up to them. "I came to the Red Earth Basin to meet the master behind all of you. If I can't meet him, The Red Earth Chamber of Commerce's business will cease. Chapter 855. All of the cultivators present were dazzled. Thunderous actions, ruthless killing methods, valiant and unreasonable style. Could it be that this was what a true sword cultivator was like? This included the 6 Taoists who had special status in the sect. They were able to see deeper and broader things. Tattooed Head took a deep breath. Sword Light Division. It's Sword Light Division coming out of the Niwen. Is there such a skill in the sword vein? Shouldn't the sword disc be in the Dantian? Wn Yang Fengzi He Shidao was also very surprised. I've seen it in the ancient records of my sect. It said that on the other side of the universe, there was a swordsman who hid a sword pill in the Niwen. When he used it, he injured people. When he used it, he killed. It was one of the most vicious Taoists in the universe. Could it be this? Tian Guan sneered. Old he, what's wrong with your eyes? Your Wn Yang's understanding of the way of the sword is still too shallow. Your eyesight is also lacking. No wonder you lost control of Shadow Shake. This isn't a sword pill. This is Juzian's sword disc from the upper realm. It's just that this one ear didn't put the sword disc in his Dantian, but took the risk of putting it in his Niwen Palace. In addition to this person's sword light division reaching a higher level, that's why it gave you the feeling of a sword pill. It's actually my Juzian's sword disc. It's just that the method of using it is unique. I've said it before, cultivators of my generation, only by innovating can we truly walk our own path. This mask has already walked in front of us. The bull rider nodded. That's right. It's still a sword disc without a doubt. Sword light division a foot out of the head, unfathomable. Daring to put such a dangerous sword into the Niwen Sea of consciousness, and controlling it as he pleases, amazing. Tai Xuanmong Boots sighed. It's a pity that the opponent is too weak. They can't force out this one ear's true ability. But with his skills, he was able to defeat the bitter Zen monk in the chessboard of heaven and earth. It seems like he lives up to his name. There isn't much trickery. The opponents were indeed weak. A group of 300 Jindan cultivators was much weaker than a group of 80 ascetic Arhat cultivators. There was no organization, no discipline, and no faith. How could these cultivators, who were nurtured in the field of business, compare to these lonely swordsmen who loved to fight? They had all sorts of professions, such as shopkeepers, owners, guards, hired thugs, traders. But the swordsmen only had one profession: warrior. Their loss was not unjustified at all. Against such a motley crew, even if they had 300 more, it would be useless. This was something that could not be helped. To be able to buy loyalty with money, the Chamber of Commerce was only at this level. The Red Earth Jindan who could still stand still did not dare to speak or make a sound. Even the white-bearded manager, Old Dan, did not know how to respond. The situation had completely gone beyond his control. His skills were inferior, and there was nothing he could do. Amidst the awkwardness, a calm voice sounded. The master behind this. Do you have the qualifications to do so? The demon blade is very interesting. Why don't you try slashing me? A figure rose from the numerous pavilions below. It was a black-faced Daoist with 3 strands of long beard. He had an immortal aura, and with a fly whisk in his hand, it was as if the heavens and earth were trembling with it. This was a Yuanying. His specific identity was unknown. Perhaps he was a friend of the Chamber of Commerce's master, or a guest. But it did not matter. Since he was willing to stand out, it meant that he wanted to pick up the grudge. Lu Xiaoyi did not answer him. He only turned his head and asked, "Want to see my swordsmanship?" The swordsmen were indescribably excited. In fact, they had already seen it in the battle just now. When the Niwen sword was drawn from the skull, the sword light split into thousands. No matter which one it was something that they did not dare to imagine. It was as if a window had opened in front of them, allowing them to see the real world of swordsmen. In countless historical records, the position of the swordsman in the history of cultivation was unclear. Some said that the swordsman was the most powerful swordsman in the universe, while others said that the swordsman was just a minor Daoist like the body meridians. But today, at least they knew what kind of swordsman could be called a real swordsman. They were not. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Lu Xiaoyi shouted, "Then watch carefully. This is my battle." He moved with his voice, and his sword disappeared without a trace. Everyone only felt that this swordsman appeared in the sky, but what came down from the sky were thousands of sword lights, rolling like dragons, majestic and mighty. The Yuanying Daoist master snorted. He had seen such powerful sword lights before. It was indeed sharp, but it was not unstoppable. He was a Yuanying, a cultivator. How could he learn the swordsman's ghost-like movements under such circumstances? A cultivator should have the style of a cultivator. Only by winning fair and square could he make up for the disadvantage in terms of momentum. Therefore, he did not move. He formed a seal with his hands and chanted an incantation. A water dragon appeared in the air in front of him. It raised its head and wagged its tail, and it went straight for the flying swords. He wanted to defeat his opponent in the area that he was most proficient in. Otherwise, it would not be enough to show that he was a cultivator. However, there were not only thousands of sword lights. Previously, Lu Xiaoyi only used a sword plate and then divided it into thousands of sword lights. It was more than enough to deal with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. In the hundreds of years that he practiced the sword, there was never a day that he did not improve his swordsmanship. He was obsessed to the point of madness. Every once in a while, there would be a new method that would push his swordsmanship to another level. This was not just learning, but constantly creating in the midst of learning. Sword box, sword spirit, multiple sword spirits, imbalance, momentum, sword spirit Bolang Po breakthrough, Wei sword mountain sword box, Bolang Po into the box, star pill borrowing momentum, sword plate into the Niwan, sword light division, special sparrow palace taking shape. Improvement, there was never a day where it stopped. Just like now, he planned to use his strongest state in the sword light division to test the true strength of a normal Yuanying from the Juzian upper realm. His current sword plate could only divide into thousands of sword lights, but the problem was that there were 5 sword plates in his Niwan palace. Therefore, the thousands of sword lights that others saw were actually the 5 sword plates that had divided into 200 sword lights. They still had the ability to continue dividing, and it was not that the thousands of sword lights from one sword plate had reached the limit of his ability. Therefore, even the Yuanying spiritual master's judgment of his sword lights was wrong. It was all because of this little trick of his. When the water dragon attacked, the 1,000 sword lights had already divided into 5,000 sword lights. The main purpose of the sword light division was not to increase the number, but to gather, fission, fusion. As a result, the strength of the flying sword far exceeded that of a single sword. Under the incomprehensible gaze of the crowd, the 5,000 sword lights converged together. They gathered together to form a huge light sword. With the power of heaven and earth and the deep understanding of the concept of massacre, it fell down. In an instant, the water dragon was split into 2. Wherever the sword light pointed, a red line appeared from the top of the Yuanying cultivator's head all the way to his abdomen. Under the surging mana in his body, a mist of blood sprayed out and split into 2. Unfortunately, the 2 could no longer merge back into 1. A black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, as if there was a soul screaming unwillingly in it. Lu Xiaoyi's cold voice sounded, "Next." Chapter 856. The entire Red Earth Basin was silent. Even the 6 heavenly sons from the upper sects of Taoism lowered their proud head. If they were the one facing this sword, they would have died even more easily. They were the top group of people from the Jindan upper realm in Juzian. They had a clear understanding of their own strength, the strength of the upper sects, and the strength of the Yuanying upper realm. In their eyes, they would never be able to cross realms and kill such a strong person from the Yuanying upper realm. At most, they could rely on their own more systematic and extensive methods to escape, but they did not expect such a person to be so weak under this single-eared sword. Tian Guan licked his dry lips and said stubbornly, "I wonder, if this single-eared sword or the 3 heroes of Huan, who's better?" He Shidao sighed. "You have a face now." The 3 heroes of Huan referred to the 3 freaks from the Jindan upper realm in Juzian. Each of them had the ability to cross realms and kill, and even had records of doing so. One of them even killed the Yuanying upper realm. It was extremely terrifying. Among them, there was the sun and moon eyes of the 1,000 Buddhas, nicknamed the Big Small Eyes. The the snorting breath of the Qing Wei immortal sect, nicknamed the snot worm, and the sending words lips of the Primeval cave, nicknamed the rabbit split lips because of the strange shape of his mouth when he chanted. Now, there was the addition of an ear. Chu Tu had long lost the will to find trouble with this single-eared sword, but his mouth was still full of criticism. He has such a good face, but now he has an ear, it's not proper, it's not dignified. They were jealous, but the cultivators of the Red Earth Chamber of Commerce were silent, they did not know how to deal with it. The Yuanying spiritual master was a friend of the owner of the Red Earth Chamber of Commerce. He often came to settle down and solve some problems, but who would have thought that the swordsman would provoke him without warning and cause him to lose his old life here? He did not even have the chance to use his skills, he lost his life without knowing why. This swordsman was too unreasonable. It was a thing that made people droop. It did not fit the tradition of the Juxian upper realm at all. If they weren't so careless, if they treated this swordsman as an opponent of the same level, if they didn't want to regain their dignity, there were too many IFS. Although they might not be able to withstand this terrifying swordsman, it was still possible for them to achieve a dignified outcome. Even if they were defeated or forced to flee, it was still possible. Cultivators who had never experienced a war between cultivators would never understand the significance of the first three axes. In a war of the universe, if you don't go all out and do your best in battle, you will only be able to display your skills in the underworld. The possibility of that is too great. The people of Juxian didn't understand, but the people of Wuhuan City did. The awkwardness didn't last long. A metallic sound spread throughout the Red Earth Basin. I've lost my friend. What a pity. For the sake of my red soil, my 1,000-year-old friend, Wu. Since you have the ability to kill Yuanying, I'll treat you like a great cultivator. Isn't this bullying you? Cutting off my descendants, destroying my foundation, killing my good friend. This hatred, this karma. Today, I'll have to take you as a sacrifice to those wronged souls. The entire Red Earth Basin seemed to have been cast by magic. It solidified not only the clouds and the air, but also the colors of nature and all living things in the vicinity. Every cultivator realized that they had lost control of their own bodies. They couldn't speak, they couldn't move, and they couldn't use their skills. It was a perfected cultivator. Tian Guan and the others could only look at each other. Under the suppression of two realms, even they, as geniuses, had completely lost the ability to control themselves. Only a sword chime could be heard. It was still proud. Lu Xiaoyi stood proudly. The perfected cultivator's suppression was so terrifying, but it couldn't erase the will in his heart. Most importantly, the big bird in the Sparrow Palace flapped its wings, ignoring the perfected cultivator's suppression. It gave him the freedom to use his sword and move freely. Although it was difficult, he was fearless. This was the reason why he insisted on putting the sword spirit in his sea of consciousness. One day, when he wanted to use his sword, even the gods wouldn't be able to stop him. Not bad. Not bad at all. If such a person is killed by my hands, the Red Earth Merchant Guild will cease to exist, right? Xiao Yarrow, you won't let me go. Because I made a move against a junior. But I'd rather give up the Merchant Guild of tens of thousands of years to send you to the Yellow Springs. Otherwise, what kind of person am I? A figure slowly appeared in the void. A skinny old man appeared in the sky. His face was pale and his eyes were full of death. It was the leader of the Red Earth Merchant Guild for the past few hundred years, Hu Zhugong. He had only been a martial monarch for a few years. Perhaps it was because the Merchant Guild had not been doing well recently. They had lost their only bloodline, disgraced themselves in Yunhai, and were ostracized by the other two merchant guilds of Red Hill. With the help of countless treasures, he had luckily become a martial monarch. This was also one of the reasons why the two beauties of the Huangting Taoism didn't seek revenge after suffering a great loss. After all, with a perfected cultivator in charge, everyone had to give him some face. In fact, Hu Zhugong had already given up on revenge for the Yunhai massacre. He knew very well that the three of them involved two upper sects. He couldn't afford to offend any of them. They didn't deal with him now in exchange for his silence. If he made a move, it would be a disaster. There were countless perfected cultivators in the upper sects. Which one of them was he, a newcomer, able to deal with? But what he didn't expect was that this Xiao Yarrow you bastard didn't know death. He was confident in his strength and wanted to cause trouble for him. He even killed his best friend. With the new and old grudges, he no longer had any scruples. The Hu clan had been doing business for tens of thousands of years. They had a lot of wealth. They didn't need to accumulate wealth anymore. The reason why they kept running the Chamber of Commerce was just to continue the business and to make a promise to their ancestors. Now that he was a perfected cultivator, where couldn't he go in the universe? Today's injustice would affect his state of mind. Therefore, he made up his mind to end it once and for all. I know what you want to ask me. You're right. I was the one who found those people. So what? You won't have another chance. He pointed at the swordsman who came with Lu Xiaoyi. I won't treat you unfairly. With so many of your friends buried with you, you won't be lonely when you go down. Am I a very kind person? He then pointed at Tian Guan and the other 5. Since we're going to do it, we might as well go all out. You so-called upper sects occupy the best continent, the most abundant spiritual opportunity, and the most abundant resources. You've always looked down on us from the bottom of your heart. Even when doing business, you never forget to use your power to oppress others. I've tolerated you for a long time. Today, I'll end it all. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure between heaven and earth increased greatly. Everyone felt like they were carrying a mountain on their backs. Lu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, was barely able to fly due to the pressure. He knew that he might only have a chance to strike once, and that his sword might only be able to fly out. To say that he could kill a perfected lord 2 realms above him was an insult to the cultivation world. But even so, he had to use his sword. It was a kind of unyielding spirit. Even if there was no right or wrong between the two of them, his sword was a little shaky. It wasn't as smooth as when he faced Yuanying. He flew to the highest point and slowly landed. He could even see the disdain in Hu Zhougong's eyes. So what? At least, I used my sword. At this moment, a bolt of lightning seemed to explode in the sky. No, it wasn't lightning. It was sword light. It was incomparably brilliant. It suddenly slashed down and directly hit Hu Zhougong's head. Hu Zhougong didn't fall. He pointed at the clouds and said angrily, "Your sword vein is a bully." Chapter 857. After so many twists and turns, everyone was shocked speechless. Lu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, had an idea and flew towards the cloud. Above the clouds, an old man in a tall hat and robe looked at him quietly with a calm expression. Lu Xiaoyi bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your help, senior. How should I address you?" The old man said, "Yili of Yarrowing, you don't need to thank me. Compared to the help you gave Yarrowing Sword Palace, Hu Zhougong is not worth mentioning. It is rare to have such swordsmanship at such a young age. In my opinion, your swordsmanship system is not Zhuxian's inheritance, is it?" Lu Xiaoyi understood. This was the only Yin soul perfected monarch in Yarrowing Sword Palace. Due to the rules, he could not interfere with the gains and losses of his land. This was depressing, but there was no other way. If he interfered, would the countless Buddhas of Bitter Zen Temple just stand there and watch? It would only be worse than now. This included Yuanying of Yarrowing Sword Palace. This old man had followed him because he wanted to repay him. This was a swordsman's temperament. They could not tolerate owing others, so they had to show their gratitude. It had to be said that his luck was not bad. If Yi Li had not followed him, he would have most likely died here. It was impossible for him to cross 2 realms. The difference in all aspects was too great. He could not even mount a sneak attack. His judgment of the Red Earth Chamber of Commerce was still the same as when he traveled with the 2 women 10 years ago. At that time, the Red Earth Chamber of Commerce did not have any perfected monarchs. After Hu Zhougong became a monarch, he kept a low profile. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes and ears were closed. He only thought that with his rapidly increasing strength, he would have no problem dealing with a Yuanying from a side sect. He also had a group of swordsmen helping him. It was a foolproof plan, but because of a mistake in information, he almost lost his life here. Who owed who? No one could say for sure. The positions of their butts were different. Yi Li valued the legacy of his sect more, so he felt that this compensation was not enough. Lu Xiaoyi valued his own life more, so he felt that there was no need to draw such a clear line. The old sword sovereign's eyes were very sharp. After all, this was his profession. He looked at swordsmanship from a different perspective than others. Lu Xiaoyi was a little embarrassed. Yes, my swordsmanship is. Yi Li waved his hand and interrupted him. You don't have to say anything. I'm not interested in knowing. If I had returned to Jindan, perhaps I would have had the intention to change, but now. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Thank you for your understanding, true monarch. It's a bit complicated, Yi Li said with a faint smile. You can go to the heaven and earth chessboard and do your best. It shows that although you are in the carefree wanderer, your heart is still swordsman. I have a suggestion. I wonder if little friend Dan is willing to listen? Lu Xiaoyi was very straightforward. Tell me, as long as it's within my power. The old sword sovereign looked into the distance in the direction of Yaoying and sighed. The future of Yaoying Sword Palace is bleak, and its legacy is in danger. After this battle, the Bitter Zen Temple's backup plan will definitely follow. Although there won't be monks coming personally, with the Bitter Zen Temple's background, there will be countless people who are willing to work for them. Yaoying has a 500-year period of rejection of Buddhism, but there is no reason to reject Taoists. All kinds of people with ulterior motives will enter Yaoying to spread their teachings and cause trouble. Yaoying only has a few Jindan left. Yuanying is being watched and can't go out. How are we going to deal with the matters on land? Lu Xiaoyi was worried, but it seemed like he couldn't help with this kind of thing. Yi Li continued, originally, Yaoying could ask the sword vein for help, but this time, the sword vein of the heaven and earth chessboard has also suffered heavy losses, and it's difficult to maintain itself. I can't ask for more people to help Yaoying, and I shouldn't ask for more. They have already done what they should do, and I shouldn't ask for too much. My thoughts are with the scattered swordsmen. These people are used to wandering alone, and they hate being trapped in one place with restrictions. They will come when the game of chess decides life and death, but if you ask them to help Yaoying pass down the legacy and manage the land, none of them will be willing to come. But they are willing to treat you as their leader. Lu Xiaoyi completely understood, but he wasn't too willing. The scattered swordsmen weren't willing to be restricted, but he was willing. In carefree wandering, he could do whatever he wanted as long as he was happy. However, if he brought this group of sword cultivators to guard Yaoying, then he would be stuck with them and would never be able to get rid of them. They would be tied together with Yaoying and little Lu, unable to tear them apart. Of course, even if he rejected, he had to be tactful. True sovereign, it's not that I'm refusing. There are a few problems that I can't solve, and I can't make the decision. Firstly, I belong to the carefree travel now. How can I have the authority to establish a legacy outside? This is a big taboo in the Nine Great Sect. Although I'm a mask, it's just an empty title. I don't have enough experience, and I can't be trusted. I don't even have the right to pass down the legacy in the carefree continent, so how can you let me out to lead a continent? Secondly, although there are a lot of Jindan cultivators in Yaoying Palace, there should still be a few Yuanying cultivators, right? I'm not saying that I have ulterior motives, but these scattered swordsmen are unruly and won't be easy to convince. Once they reach Yaoying, who will they listen to? In the long run, there will definitely be conflicts. If they can't help each other, they will cause internal strife and become a laughingstock. Lastly, as for the legacy, these scattered swordsmen probably want to learn the strange sword techniques of my disciples, and not the orthodox Juzian sword techniques of Yaoying. If they continue to pass down the legacy like this, what kind of results will there be? If 1,000 years later, Yaoying is no longer Yaoying, then what's the point of your arrangements? I'm just being rash and speaking the truth. Please don't blame me, true sovereign. Yi Li nodded. This kind of important matter couldn't be decided so easily. I'll talk to the upper echelons of the Carefree Travel Association. You don't have to worry. To be able to plant a nail right under the nose of the Buddhist sects, the Taoists are willing to do so. This is especially true for your Carefree Travel Association. In the past few thousand years, you've repeatedly lost to the Buddhist sect. Your 2, 3, and 2 points are actually the same thing. It's just a question of the direction of the Yarrow Ying legacy. Whoever passes it on to will be the master. Actually, in terms of system, which one do you think is better, your current sword technique system or Juzian's sword technique system? Lu Xiaoyi, haha, the old sword sovereign sighed. Don't laugh. I know that you don't care about the Yarrow Ying sword technique system. Actually, it's not just the Yarrow Ying sword technique. You don't even care about Juzian's system, right? Although I don't know where your inheritance came from, I know that to be able to do this at the Aurus core stage, it must be the most impressive sword lineage orthodoxy in the universe. When I was in the nascent soul stage, I might not be as good as you. Now, the nascent soul stage cultivators are even more so. Therefore, if you're willing, in the future, the Yarrow Ying sword technique will be passed on to you as the master, and the Yarrow Ying sword technique will supplement you. After all, the Yarrow Ying sword technique can go from foundation establishment to true sovereign. If you agree to become the master of the Yarrow Ying sword technique, I will personally discuss the pros and cons with those Yuanying Jindan cultivators. However, Lu Xiaoyi still had questions. Why would you make such a radical choice when there's still a true sovereign and several Yuanying cultivators in the Yarrow Ying sword technique? If you continue to endure, with the lifespan of a true sovereign, you can definitely wait until the next Jindan cultivator rises. Chapter 858. Yi Li said solemnly, there are 2 reasons. First, I've already said that wavering shadow Jindan is scarce. According to the rules of the Juzian upper realm, Jindan is in charge of internal affairs. How can those few hairy people resist the erosion of the Buddhist lackeys? Second, do you think that we sword-vain spiritual masters and perfected lords can continue to protect the orthodoxy? Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Yi Li chuckled. The conflict between the orthodox sect and the upper sect will cause endless trouble. Although we've fought for our rights in the domain, we've been in the upper sect for hundreds of thousands of years. How can we allow you to be so arrogant and disrespect the upper sect? Spiritual masters and perfected lords, regardless of whether they are from large or small continents, have the obligation to go out into the universe to fight. Once they go out into the universe, they will be under the complete control of the upper sect. The dangers of the universe are unpredictable and cannot be estimated. If in the next few hundred years, you hear that wavering shadow spiritual masters and perfected lords have fallen, don't be surprised. This is inevitable. The upper sect acts with hidden ruthlessness, hiding in the river of time. Can you never leave the continent? Then why do you cultivate the sword? Wavering shadow spiritual masters and perfected lords, have the same strength as Jindan. It's very difficult for me to deal with upper sect cultivators of the same realm, but I'm not like you, who can crush anyone of the same realm. If you can still maintain this level of strength when you become a Yuanying perfected lord, then that's the true way to establish yourself. Therefore, don't think that I don't have feelings for the wavering shadow legacy. It's because I have feelings that I hope that the wavering shadow legacy will not slowly collapse in the river of time and become an insignificant part of history. I'd rather choose to rely on the more powerful sword-vain orthodoxy. I only hope that in the future, my wavering shadow system can have a place in it, even if it's not that important. Are you willing? Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. Perfected Lord, you've really given me a big problem. Forgive me for being blunt, but I don't see what I can gain from this. To me, personal cultivation will always be the most important thing. Yi Li stared at him. What can you gain? If you control a piece of land, in theory, you have the same right to participate in the domain politics as the 9 upper sect. Of course, your words may carry little weight, but you will no longer be an outsider. You will have the right to freely enter and exit the Juzian upper realm, whether it was bringing people out or bringing people in. The secrets of the upper realm of Juzian may not be fully revealed in front of you, but some clues will not escape the attention of those who are interested. Not to mention, there would be a continent backing you up, providing you with a steady stream of manpower and financial resources. In Shaking Shadow, You can do whatever you want and plan according to your vision. You don't have to worry about anyone questioning your decisions. Isn't that enough? Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. Perfected Lord, if you put it that way, it's as if I want to overthrow the Juxian upper realm. That's too big of a hat, I can't bear it. Yi Li's eyes were sharp. Just because we can't withstand it now doesn't mean we won't be able to in the future. At the very least, you still have 500 years of quasi-safe time to plan. Subversion? Shouldn't the Juxian upper realm be overthrown? Perhaps the 9 great sects didn't want to, but which of the 3,000 unorthodox groups didn't? However, they did not have the strength to do so. They just didn't have the support of such a strong orthodoxy. I've wanted to overthrow some things since I was in Jindan. This is also the common wish of the entire upper echelon of the sword vein. This time, I'm just testing things out because I'm in shaking shadow. In the end, from Jindan to Yuanying, and then to Perfected Lord, I realized that I still couldn't overthrow the mountain on my back. It was only then that I realized what we lacked. We lack the inheritance of the sword range that can truly stand out from the rest of the world. We lack external stimulation. You may or may not have these things, but why don't I take a gamble? Lu Xiaoyi was very innocent. Perfected Lord, you're getting more and more ridiculous. Haha, my little heart is thumping. Yi Li looked at him meaningfully and took out a jade scroll. In here, there are records of the battles, contacts, and operations of the Juxian upper realm outside the universe for thousands of years. I can't guarantee that it's complete, but most of it can't be wrong. Maybe you'll like it. Lu Xiaoyi took it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Are you encouraging me to be a traitor? Are you so willing to let outsiders harm the Juxian upper realm? Yi Li laughed. I don't want to destroy Juxian. No one can destroy Juxian. But I hope that there will be a great change in Juxian, a real change that starts from the bottom up. To allow my sword vein to have true freedom, is this a high request? Lu Xiaoyi said seriously, Perfected Lord, I'm just unwilling to let Shaking Shadow fall because we're both swordsmen. I don't have any other thoughts, and I don't dare to have any. However, I still have to ask those individual swordsmen about this. After all, they're the main force supporting Shaking Shadow. Yi Li smiled and waved his hand. Go, go. But they're not the core. There's only one core, and that's you. Lu Xiaoyi slowly flew down. His mind was racing. He had only come here to find his Ju City. In the end, he didn't find Ju City, but he received another surprise. Or perhaps a huge pit. This old man must have seen something and guessed something. With his abilities as a perfected Lord Swordsman and his understanding of the universe's sword vein, he must have guessed something about the inheritance of his sword technique. Reject. Was that even possible? Rejecting him would not dispel the old man's suspicions. For a perfected lord who had already predicted his own demise, what would he not dare to do in his final moments? If you couldn't destroy someone in such a state, you had to go along with him, at the very least, before his body and Tao dissipated. Of course, there were many benefits to it. He would have his own team, the right to participate in decision-making, and greater autonomy. Actually, the only downside was that he would have to spend some effort imparting some swordsmanship to others. He would no longer be alone, free to move about without any worries. He had never been stingy with his sword technique. There were too many things that could not be replicated in his sword technique growth. For example, the ease of obtaining the sword spirit, the significance of the star technique to the Big Dipper sword spirit, the true meaning of the 5 elements, the true meaning of massacre, the powerful spiritual energy, the star pill, and the increasingly mysterious sparrow pallor. Even if he taught them everything he could, they would never reach his level. To have 30% or 40% of his level was already a great achievement, so he was not worried about not being able to control them. He had never thought that he would one day become the master of a piece of land. It was not that his level was too low. In the Juxian upper realm, there were many top-notch cultivators like Little Lu who were Jindan. He just felt that everything was too sudden, and he was not ready to welcome it all. There might be a good outcome, or he might bury himself in it. This was a blank piece of paper, the key was how he drew it. At the very least, the basic conditions were there, and there were dozens of Jindan swordsmen worshipping him. Was there a better starting point than this? Chapter 859. The swordsmen were still waiting for him. They found it strange that their leader had the backing of a true Lord Swordsman even though he was so powerful. This was a cheat. Tian Guan and the rest came to bid farewell to him. They had seen enough. They needed to report back to their own sects and start to value this cultivator and re-evaluate their relationship with him. The Terminator Chu Tu looked at him meaningfully. Daoist Shan, you are welcome to visit the Yellow Court when you have time. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. Of course, of course. I still have some friends in the Yellow Court. The outsiders were gone, and the Red Earth merchants were nowhere to be found. Without their biggest backer, they would have a lot of trouble in Red Hill. What they should really consider was whether they should continue to establish the Red Earth Merchant Guild, or be swallowed by the other two merchants who were eyeing them covetously. That was what they should consider. The onlookers had also left. Who knew who these murderers would target next? Would they start to rob after removing the defense? Only 40 swordsmen were left. They were still waiting for Lu Xiaoyi. To be honest, they were all in the Jindan realm. They were all arrogant and had their own thoughts. They would not submit to others easily. Other than the most determined Che Xie, Feisha, Nan Dang, Song Rong and a dozen others, most of the other cultivators did not doubt Senior Shan's strength. Instead, they had doubts about whether they should follow him in the future and learn new sword techniques from him. However, ever since Lu Xiaoyi killed the perfected Yuanying, all of their doubts disappeared. To a swordsman, what else could make them so obsessed that they would give up their free life of cultivation? Only the charm of one sword. To be a true swordsman. To be a swordsman who would no longer be looked down upon by the other cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi came to the center of them and went straight to the point. The person who saved me was not some backer. It was true Lord Yi of the Yaoying Sword Palace. He was grateful that we had worked hard for the Yaoying Sword Palace, so he helped us. Here, there are two things that I must explain to you. Firstly, I am from the Free Wandering sect. Of course, I used to be a follower of the 7 colors. Everyone knows the reason. Secondly, if you're interested in exploring the ocean of swordsmanship with me, it's not impossible, but I have a condition. Song Rong was very hesitant. Don't tell me that we all have to join Carefree Travel. Senior brother's swordsmanship inheritance came from Xiao Yarrow. If you don't enter the sect, you can't teach it to me. But I've never heard of Xiao Yarrow Yu's swordsmanship inheritance being so sharp. It was no wonder that he had such suspicions. For the majority of itinerant cultivators, especially those with ambitions and pursuits, they were resistant to joining the 9 upper sects. This was because they had reached a certain level of maturity. Naturally, they harbored a faint hostility towards the so-called upper sects. This was especially true for those orthodoxies that pursued themselves, such as sword cultivators. If such conditions were true, it was very likely that most of them would not follow the Carefree Tour. This was their nature. Between freedom and becoming stronger, there was always a choice. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. No. I've already promised True Monarch Yi that in order to help the shaking Shadow Realm rebuild order, I need a large amount of Jindan investment. True Monarch Yi has taken a liking to you and has entrusted me to take care of you. I can't control you. I can only attract you with the passion of learning swordsmanship. In 3 months, I will be waiting for you at the Shaking Shadow Realm. If you come, then we may have a long time together. This condition was much more attractive than joining the Free Wandering sect. In a sect like the Free Wandering sect, outsiders like them would definitely be ostracized. How could they tolerate this? The reason why they didn't join a sect was because they didn't want to be taken in by chance. But going to the Shaking Shadow Realm was completely different. Firstly, the Shaking Shadow Realm was a pure sword vein orthodoxy. This didn't conflict with them. They were willing to risk their lives to help the chessboard of heaven and earth, which was a kind of recognition. Secondly, it seemed like they could be the head of the sect. This needed to be confirmed. Lastly, they could learn Senior Brother Shan's swordsmanship system here. Che Xie was careful. Boss, if we go to the Shaking Shadow Realm, will we be living under someone else's roof? Or will we be the head of the sect? All of us will only listen to you. If we get into a dispute with the Shaking Shadow Realm people because of this, then we will lose the meaning of helping the Shaking Shadow Realm. Lu Xiaoyi was certain. I will be the head of the sect. I will be the head of the Shaking Shadow Sword Palace and the continent. You don't need to listen to anyone else. The Shaking Shadow Realm cultivators will choose to fade away, and Jindan will join us. I hate being ordered around the most in my life. I already have a mother-in-law from the Free Wandering sect. Don't tell me I have to find another one. Nan Dang was a little excited. The Shaking Shadow Realm orthodoxy will also be taught by senior brother. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. It will complement each other. You may not be able to learn my things very quickly, so the swordsmanship of a mature sect will only be beneficial to you. I will also do my best to remind you of what you can work on and what you don't need to waste time on, but to the outside world, we are still the Shaking Shadow Realm orthodoxy, so it won't be good to provoke the Buddhists too much. Before you grow up, I think you've already seen this point clearly on the chessboard of heaven and earth. Song Rong was eager to give it a try. Boss, I still have some swordsman friends in the 3000 side sects, but they are all lonely souls. For various reasons, they didn't come to the chessboard of heaven and earth. The main reason is that time was too rushed, so many of them didn't receive the news, but I can guarantee that their hearts towards the sword are not any weaker than mine. I think that everyone here is the same. If senior brother needs, I can pull in a few more friends. I guarantee that they will all be loyal and courageous, with iron blood and sword heart. Seeing that everyone else was nodding, Lu Xiaoyi said seriously, I don't reject any true swordsman. I also believe that everyone here who is willing to throw their lives into the chessboard of heaven and earth definitely won't have any disloyalty. But that may not be the case for outsiders. I need manpower, but you should all be careful. Don't be greedy for more than you can chew. Who are our opponents? You all know very well in your hearts. Actually, it's not just the Buddhists. Those Taoists might also want to mix sand into the Shaking Shadow Realm. So, quality is more important than quantity. Quickly find people and don't delay for too long. When the upper sects know that you are going to join the Shaking Shadow Realm, there will be more underhanded moves. Fei Shuo suggested, senior brother is right. We are all from the chessboard of heaven and earth, so we are all very pure. Who would know about the changes now? But the future is hard to say. I think that we should pull people in, but don't tell anyone about joining the Shaking Shadow Realm. Just use the excuse of preparing to resist the Buddhists' invasion. Those who are timid and have ulterior motives will definitely not be willing to join. Everyone rubbed their palms in anticipation. They were full of ambition. If they could really build a sword vein based on senior brother Shan's swordsmanship system in the future, they might not be able to rival the 9 upper sects, but the Shaking Shadow Realm would be a nightmare to anyone who dared to bully them. And they could be the people who created history, the pioneers. Which swordsman wasn't hot-blooded? Chapter 860. After making arrangements with the rogue cultivators, he had a long talk with Yi Li before Yi Li personally escorted him back to the Carefree Travel Association. Being led by a perfected cultivator through the sea of clouds was another experience. No one cared about the wealth of the Red Earth Chamber of Commerce. Lu Xiaoyi did not care, and neither did the other swordsmen. If they still wanted to rob them now, not only would they be immoral, they would also be unwise. The swordsmen destroyed the Red Earth Chamber of Commerce because of personal grudges. This was an example. They were seeking revenge, not robbing. If word got out that they did not take a single spirit stone, it would be a story of revenge. But if they were to rob them, it would arouse the vigilance of all chambers of commerce. If they did it once, there would be a second time. This would attract the hostility of the Juxian business community. The loss would outweigh the gain. They talked about many things, except for Lu Xiaoyi's sword vein. In Yi Li's words, I'm afraid that if I knew, I would change my original intention. Yi Li lamented, I have some relations with a few perfected cultivators of the Carefree Travel Association, and we are against Buddhism. There are thousands of Jin Dan in the Carefree Travel Association. You are just one of them, and one who is not qualified to learn the root method. You are strong, but you are not loyal. That is awkward. In the mortal world, a general like you would be beheaded after the emperor rules the world. The kind where your whole family would be executed. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Senior, can't you say something more auspicious? Yi Li continued, don't underestimate the traditions of the sects. Although you don't care on the surface, when you reach a high position, you will know how helpful it is to be a native of the Carefree Travel Association. You will never be able to truly integrate into them. They will never truly accept you, just like you will never truly accept them either. They are just using each other. Since you can still make use of each other, why not have a strong force? At that time, they will have no choice but to respect you. This is the rule of the cultivation world. They will think, oh, we are in the Shaking Shadow Association, and little Lu still has a force that listens to us. Before you become strong enough, you should keep them in this illusion. When necessary, you should ask them for help. It's hard to say whether they will help you or not, but since it's coming to their door, they all enjoy the process of being begged. Lu Xiaoyi rolled his eyes. And then bite back when your teeth are fully grown? Yi Li didn't care. If you have good teeth, then grit them. If you have bad teeth, then replenish your calcium. Do you still need me to teach you this? If you understand all of this, why don't you do it yourself? Yi Li sighed. History and tradition are burdens that you can't get rid of if you carry them for too long. That's why our flicker shadow can't do it. But now that shadow-shaking realm has been replaced with new blood, you can do it. You've just started, and you don't have to worry about anything. It's time to reconstruct history. You can do whatever you want. This is the best era. Senior, do you and those adepts have to go out into the void of the universe? Actually, we can also deal with them through the Taoist sect. Lu Xiaoyi asked a very realistic question. Yi Li shook his head. When a cultivator reaches Yuanying, there are some things that they must face. You can't rely on others, because you can't be like this forever. This might be the end of the world, but it might also be a new life. Cultivators have to search for that sliver of possibility in the impossible. So we won't beg anyone. To the bitter Zen temple, if something happens to us in the universe, then they will truly let go of their failure in the flicker shadow continent. Otherwise, they will keep watching you. A few days later, the two returned to the Carefree continent's Carefree Mountain. This was much faster than walking through the crack passage. Yi Li went to find someone he was familiar with to communicate with, while Lu Xiaoyi went to the Great Freedom Hall. He needed to hand over his mission. Daoist Mo sat in front of the hall, carefully sizing him up. His expression didn't seem right, so Lu Xiaoyi was very careful. Daoist, if there's nothing else, I'll go back. Daoist Mo suddenly opened his mouth. In the heaven and earth chessboard, how many thorn monks did you kill? Lu Xiaoyi knew that this was the bitter Zen temple sealing the news of the flicker shadow chessboard. They didn't want the whole world to know about this scandal. Just one. I tried to avoid them as much as possible for the rest. Daoist Mo sighed. I originally wanted to send you there to discuss the Buddhist sect, but I didn't expect you to turn the tables around. One ear. Your contribution isn't small, even I can't report it. Lu Xiaoyi was very modest. Isn't this all because of Carefree's reputation, the teachings of the martial uncles, and Daoist Mo's ability in dispatching them? Daoist Mo, it's because I went to the right place at the right time. Actually, it doesn't matter who was sent there. Daoist Mo was a little disappointed. The more this new disciple spoke like this, the more he didn't think of himself as a real carefree person. He was afraid that his contributions would shock the master, and he was afraid of being oppressed and ostracized. It wasn't entirely his problem, but Carefree Travel's own problem. It took two hands to clap. He was just an insignificant Yuanying in the ranks of the upper cultivators. He couldn't change the deep-rooted habits of the entire sect. Not to mention him, even the perfected Lord was the same. This kind of outstanding talent with limitless potential, but because of all kinds of messy reasons, he couldn't get along with the sect and blend in with them. It was a pity. You go and rest for a few days. Later, I'll discuss it with the other Taoists. We'll give you a reward worthy of you. Lu Xiaoyi gave his thanks and retreated, swaying back to his own cave. He needed to sort out his thoughts and establish a force. This was something he didn't even dare to think about before, but now it came so suddenly. He needed to think about it thoroughly. What was his goal? Of course, it couldn't be to survive. It also wasn't for the inheritance of the shaking shadow realm, but for some unspeakable goal. Then, how to establish a force in a secretive manner while completely achieving his goal was a test. At the very least, when he gathered this group of people to fight with some Juzian forces, they couldn't have any hesitation. How to control them? Only the so-called sword heart? This was too unreliable. He wouldn't put his trust in other people's self-awareness. There was one very important point. There were many late-stage Jin Dan among the scattered swordsmen. This meant that there were a few lucky ones among them who could reach the nascent soul stage and walk ahead of him. If that really happened, how should he deal with it? How should he achieve a balance among the various forces in Juzian without implicating the future of the universe? He couldn't lose the sharpness of the swordsman's iron-blooded spirit, and he couldn't make everyone his enemy. This was also a test of his leadership wisdom. How should he obtain the sword technique inheritance? Xuanyuan's core secret techniques couldn't be passed down, and Xiao Yao's Sparrow Palace couldn't be revealed. The only things that could be passed down were the things that he had comprehended himself. Then, how should he combine his comprehensions into a system so that others could see the possibility of success, the process of improvement, and the steps that couldn't be repeated over and over again? There were too many things. Thinking about it made his head hurt. Chapter 861. He didn't know how Yi Li communicated. Lu Xiaoyi thought that it would only take a few days, but there was still no news after a month. One day, someone was banging on the door of the cave abode. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Walking out of the cave abode, he was greeted by a furious senior apprentice sister Ka. Senior apprentice sister? What's wrong with you? Who dares to bully you? Tell me, I'll wring his head off and make it your chamber pot. Ka's eyes widened. It's your ear. What, wring your head off? I'm lacking a chamber pot. Lu Xiaoyi laughed along. That's not good, is it? I'm afraid that if I become a chamber pot, senior apprentice sister will be too shy to pee. Why don't you wring it off? My chamber pot is a self-propelled one and can clean itself. It doesn't even need toilet paper to clean for its owner. Ka was angry and amused at the same time. She couldn't help but scold. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Let me ask you, at the Red Hill Red Earth Chamber of Commerce, why did you ignore me? I waved my handkerchief so conspicuously, but you didn't even look and turned to leave. What's the meaning of this? Lu Xiaoyi cried out in grievance. I really didn't see you. I was leading people to fight then. Too many things happened. There were hundreds of Jin Dan, then Yuanying and perfected lords. You know all about it. How could I have the time to see someone waving her handkerchief among thousands of people? Well, senior apprentice sister, the way you waved your handkerchief is also wrong. I suggest that you observe how people at Fengyu brothel do it. You need to be flirtatious, have body movements, twist your hips and so on. How is that waving your handkerchief? It's more like throwing out spirit tools and talismans, okay? Seeing that Ka was about to get angry again, he hurriedly pulled her into the cave abode and said mysteriously, something big happened. Do you want to hear? Sure enough, this was a miracle cure for women's anger. Ka tilted her head. What big thing? If you dare to change the subject, I'll beat you up. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Look, senior sister, you boast about your connections in the sect. Nothing can escape your eyes and ears. You don't even know about such a big matter. Regarding the master of the shaking shadow realm, the inheritance of the sword vein, the true lord's request. I, your junior brother, am going to be the master of a continent. At that time, you will have many wives and concubines and countless concubines in the harem. It's not easy to give you the main wife, but it's not a problem to give you a concubine. You should prepare more dowry. The grassroots team lacks resources. Ka was dumbfounded. This change was completely out of her expectations, and she forgot about this guy's glib tongue. Really? There was such a major event. I was completely in the dark. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Why would I lie to you? You were there at the time as well. How could it be me who sent out that sword strike that killed a true monarch? If that was the case, the cultivation world would be in chaos. But senior sister, don't spread this out. I'm still waiting for the letter. I don't know if such a trivial matter is worth discussing for a month or so. Jiahua was about to run out to gather information when she stopped. She knew that it was not appropriate. She really did not have such long ears for the shady dealings between true monarchs. Looking at this cheeky guy in front of her, she sighed inwardly. She had thought that she could monitor this guy for a while, but in such a short time, he had done something earth-shattering again. The battle between the bitter Zen temple and the sword vein in the shaking shadow little continent had already spread throughout the 3,000 little continents. She did not know what the upper sect was thinking, but those unorthodox sects were abnormally excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. A single spark could start a prairie fire. This provided a realistic version of how the unorthodox sects resisted the upper sect's oppression. Its influence was far-reaching. Who knew how many unorthodox sects were rubbing their palms and secretly colluding with each other? So it was hard to say whether this guy's actions were meritorious or not. But she had to admit that to be able to carry 2 flags and confront hundreds of bitter Zen monks, who could compare to this kind of boldness and ability? You're amazing now, your name is known all over the world. Everyone says that Juxian's face in the upper realm has finally been fixed. It's just that your ear is a little disfigured. Lu Xiaoyi was a little wary. It sounded like something like a ranking. He had had enough of this kind of thing in the 5th ring and did not want to experience it again. What's that? Does it have anything to do with me? Kawa sighed softly. You really bury your head in practicing the sword and don't care about the world. Spiritual Mountain has the eye of the sun and moon of the upper realm, Cloud Sea boundless snorts. Cultivate the true sending message lips. One of your ears was bitten off by a donkey. This was a saying that had recently spread. There were only 4 cultivators in the core formation realm who could cross realms in order to slay them. Congratulations on being on the list. Lu Xiaoyi was furious. Who made this up? Why did it become being bitten by a donkey when it came to me? How disrespectful. Kawa laughed. I don't know. Anyway, that's what everyone is saying. You've offended the Buddhist system and wiped out the Chamber of Commerce system. These 2 systems are the largest in the upper realm of Juxian apart from the Taoists. What can you do if they deliberately spread this? 1 ear, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame your name. Of all things, why did you have to be called 1 ear? Lu Xiaoyi was a little unhappy. In his life, other things were fine, but he had always been at a disadvantage when it came to his name and nickname. He had never been normal. Could it be that the heavenly axiom saw that he was too outstanding and deliberately wanted to balance him out? Kawa's mood changed very quickly. Because of this huge matter, she had long forgotten why she was angry. It was nothing more than running around without any results. She was killed indiscriminately by this guy without any care. There was no need to investigate. He had directly wiped out the Chamber of Commerce. This kind of character was really rare in Juxian. That perfected lord was right, he was too unreasonable. 1 ear, I think what you should learn the most now is the organization structure of a sect, the ranks of positions, the rules of rewards and punishments, and various functions. You're too lacking in this area. Basically, you don't know anything. Why don't you copy a copy of the rules of Xiaoyao? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. Why would I copy it? I don't want to turn Xiaoying into Xiaoyao. It's so boring. Drink big bowls of wine, eat big chunks of meat, divide souls on a scale. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. We're all brothers. What rules do we need? Kawa was speechless. Was this the rhythm of a mountain king? It was also in line with this person's nature. She just didn't know what kind of state a good land would be ruined by him. Forget it, I don't care about you. You can do whatever you want. I just don't know if the sect is prepared to expel you completely, or to keep your qualification as Xiaoyao mask. I guess you can't get rid of your identity as a Xiaoyaro disciple. The sect won't casually push people with potential out. Also, you have to leave a room for me in the Shaoying Sword Palace. I heard that the autumn there is very beautiful, like a phantom. When I have time, I'll go there to enjoy the autumn. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Okay, no problem. I'll arrange the east, south, west, north, and spring palace. 8 should be enough, right? Will it be too tiring? Chapter 862. The reason why Lu Xiaoyi's arrangement was delayed was that his origin was somewhat special. Originally, this trivial matter wasn't so troublesome. A few Freedom Immortals could completely make the decision. No matter how outstanding he was just a Jindan. Whether or not he could become a nascent soul was still uncertain. What was there to be reluctant about letting one out of thousands of Jindan? It wasn't a revolution, and the sequence was still in freedom wandering. It was just a kind of external release. There were many such cases in freedom wandering. Some were released to other small continents, and some were even released to a small star area outside the universe. The only difference was that his power was somewhat special, and he had a large number of individual swordsmen under him. For the higher-ups of freedom wandering, this was a good opportunity to influence a small continent, and they were willing to do it. The problem was that the person who recommended him had a very special position in the Carefree Travel sect. He was a person who meant what he said. They had to be careful about everything related to this almighty because almighty people had bad tempers. This powerful person wasn't in freedom wandering now, but in the universe. Fortunately, he didn't go too far this time, so they could still contact him remotely. However, the time was a bit uncertain. This was why Lu Xiaoyi thought this trivial matter was delayed for so long. Immortal Yi Li had already left. He had important things to do in the universe, and he also needed to make arrangements for Yarrow Ying. He couldn't wait in freedom wandering all the time. On the contrary, it would appear that he was too eager. On this day, a message came from outer space. A few immortals from Freedom Hall looked at it with their divine senses. It clearly said, "Can help." They exchanged glances. Sure enough, the relationship between this single-eared and the ancestor was very unusual. Generally speaking, a word "can" was enough to express one's attitude. The addition of the word "help" was unusual. It was help, not help. In the language system of the cultivation world, this was support. It was completely the rhythm of freedom wandering's own important matter. Although they didn't quite understand why, the ancestor must have his reasons for saying so. The Sun Spirit Immortal was farsighted, and these low-level immortals couldn't compare with him. A immortal said, "Let's call him in. Since the old ancestor has said so, this matter should not be delayed. However, to what extent our support will be, everyone must first come up with a charter." Lu Xiaoyi finally received the news. Half a month had already passed. When he walked into the Great Freedom Hall, he saw a row of perfected ones and perfected ones, as if they were holding a meeting. However, he was already used to such big occasions. He was not afraid when he was in the Foundation establishment stage. When he was in the Jindan stage, he dared to release his flying sword in front of them, so he did not mind. Daoist Master Zhao opened his mouth and said, "Perfected Lord Yi Li has discussed this matter with us. Since we are both from the Daoist lineage, there is no difference in distance. After helping the chessboard for the first time, we naturally cannot give up halfway. Now that Yarrowing is in danger, it is necessary to send you to preside over it. What we want to know is your attitude." Lu Xiaoyi said in fear and trepidation, "This disciple will listen to the sec. For the unity of Taoism, for the harmony of Juxian's upper realm, and for the prosperity of the universe's cultivation world, I'm willing to pave the way for you." A true monarch laughed. Good ambition. The prosperity of the universe's cultivation world? I don't even dare to think about it. First you worry about the true monarch's worries, and then you rejoice in the perfected one's happiness. Put away your pretentious act. I just want to know, do you want to go? Why do you want to go? What good will it do you? Lu Xiaoyi was not disappointed. Flattery was just empty words. If it went well, there would be benefits. If it went wrong, it did not matter. He just had to wipe away the **t. He was already used to it. This disciple wants to go. Firstly, it is because of Senior Yi's request. He saved this disciple's life in Red Hill. Secondly, this disciple was born in the sword vein. I'm afraid this disciple will not be able to change in this lifetime, so I want to do something for the sword vein. Thirdly, this disciple likes to kill. When cultivating the sword vein, there is no danger, and I don't want to live in peace in Carefree Mountain. The true monarch did not speak any further. This was a crude embryo. He did not match the principles of the Carefree Wanderer at all. What did the old ancestor see in him? Daoist Master Zhao said amiably, "The sect has reached a consensus regarding Yi Li's request. I'll explain it to you. If you have any questions, you can raise them in court and we can discuss them again." Lu Xiaoyi nodded. This was one of the good things about the Carefree Wanderer. It respected the voice of individual cultivators and did not force the hardliners. This was the reason why, although he had not completely integrated into the sect, he had not strayed too far from it. Daoist Master Zhao raised a finger. This is the first condition. As a Carefree Wanderer disciple, this will never change, even if you have another identity in the Shaking Shadow Realm. As a reward for carrying out the mission of the Heaven and Earth chessboard, your Carefree Mask qualification will change from reserve to official. You will have the right to use the Carefree Mask. In view of the difference in strength between you and the other cultivators, you will be the leader of the Carefree Mask. Do you think the sect's arrangement is fair? Lu Xiaoyi blushed with shame. Fair. Disciple has done many things for the sect and has obtained many benefits. I shouldn't ask for this or that, but Disciple still wants to say that I can forget about being the leader. Disciple may frequently run between the Carefree Wanderer and Shaking Shadow Realm in the future. Isn't being the leader inappropriate? Also, this name is strange. A male escort is a male escort. I don't care too much about it, but what does a male escort mean? Daoist Master Zhao laughed. The name can be changed, but don't decline. With the way my Carefree Wanderer operates, there is no need for you to worry about daily matters. If there is nothing to do, then let's part. If there is something to do, we will meet again. If there is a masked operation, then we will need a male escort to control it. You have talent in battle, so you must use this characteristic. Lu Xiaoyi could only accept helplessly. He had the characteristic of a male escort? How come he did not know? Daoist Master Zhao raised a second finger. As for the second condition, the sect will agree to true Lord Yi Li's request in principle. We will allow you to establish Shaking Shadow Realm on your own and promote the spirit of the sword vein. Because there is a 500-year gap, in order to prevent you from leaving behind any excuses in the Buddhist sect, we will not ask you to promote Carefree Wanderer. In order to show our support, the sect will tilt its resources towards Shaking Shadow Realm. As for the specifics, we will discuss them in detail later. In terms of personnel, we will not be stingy, considering that Shaking Shadow Realm has just suffered a calamity, and that there is a decline in talent. The sect has decided that from Carefree Mountain's Jindan Swordsman Group, you will choose 10 swordsmen from Carefree Mountain's Swordsman Group and bring them to Shaking Shadow Realm. What do you think? Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. This was openly mixed with sand. It was a dignified decision, but he could not refuse. Otherwise, what would these old foxes think? What, were they trying to create an independent kingdom and live separately? Thus, he was moved to tears. Many thanks for the sect's support. Talented people are what Shaking Shadow Realm lacks the most. With the sect's support, this disciple will definitely take care of Shaking Shadow Realm and let them know that this land is not only Daoist land, but also Carefree Wanderer's territory. Chapter 863. Daoist Master Zhao was very satisfied. Regardless of whether this guy was real or not, there was nothing wrong with this attitude. In the hundreds of thousands of years of history of the Xiao Yarrow sect, there were countless small lands that had been gained and lost in the course of history. How could there be a missing Yarrow Ying land that was floating outside? The third point is about the relationship between Yarrow Ying and Xiao Yarrow. On the surface, Yarrow Ying is independent and has the right to decide the fate of the land. I, Xiao Yarrow, will not interfere. However, if it involves the great discussion of the Juxian upper realm, we still hope that Yarrow Ying and Xiao Yarrow can stay in line. In the years to come, at the nascent soul and true monarch levels, Carefree will protect Yarrow Ying from all kinds of attacks until you can truly stand on your own 2 feet. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lu Xiaoyi praised him for his wisdom and was very grateful. In fact, these points of Xiao Yarrow were beyond his expectations. The conditions were more generous than he had imagined, and the protection was also very good. Especially the third point, which was something that Jin Dan of Yarrow Ying could not accept. He thought that this was because Yi Li had a close relationship with the supreme Xiao Yarrow, but he did not know that this was actually a sentence from the white-browed young god who had captured him to Xiao Yarrow. Daoist Master Zhao smiled and nodded. These were the results of the discussion of this group of Daoist masters. They were indeed greatly influenced by the young god ancestor. Otherwise, how could they be so generous? Now that we've finished talking about the level of power, let's talk about you. The sect has already lifted the seal on your martial arts. If you want to learn anything, go ahead. However, there is one thing. The reason why you were able to gather such a group of individual swordsmen in Yarrow Ying was probably because they wanted to learn swordsmanship from you. Your own fortuitous encounter and comprehension is up to you. However, regarding Xiao Yarrow's martial arts, you still have to abide by the rules of the cultivation world. This will never change. It is the cornerstone of the sect's power. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. There was no need for anyone to teach him this. Every cultivator who walked on the path of cultivation understood that there were many rules in the world of cultivation. There were all kinds of strange rules. However, there was one thing. The core inheritance of a sect was forbidden from being passed down privately. This was a great crime. Daoist Master Zhao softened his tone. I have been wandering freely for hundreds of thousands of years, and have never been a stingy orthodoxy. Other than the core cultivation techniques and spells, 90% of the collection can be passed down to outsiders. Which one can and which one can't, in fact, you are very clear about it. Seeing that he had left the Great Freedom Hall, the few perfected and perfected immortals chatted for a while before dispersing. With different realms, their perspectives were naturally different as well. Something that could not be more important to an individual cultivator, Jindan swordsman, was very boring in their eyes. One of the 3,000 Jindans Little Lu had some unforeseen circumstances. What would happen if one of the thousands of Jindan's Little Lu was released to preside over the overall situation? What would it affect? Yes, the flap of a butterfly's wings could cause a storm thousands of miles away. However, this was only a theoretical possibility. In reality, in most cases, the situation in the world of cultivation had its own internal rules. There were too many simultaneous events that could offset this kind of flap. In the end, a flap was just a flap. Lu Xiaoyi left the Great Freedom Hall. There was no need to look for anyone. Not far from the hall, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. This senior martial sister was good at everything, but she had a heart for gossip. She was as fierce as a tiger. There was nothing that she did not want to know. Hence, he waved his hand. Ka pretended to be reserved and floated over. She seemed to be unwilling, but in fact, her ears were perked up. Senior martial sister, you're here? Great, I don't have to look for you. Quick, give me a copy of the information on all the swordsmen in Xiao Yarrow Mountain. I want to pick someone. Ka was still being stubborn. Why should I help you? Don't I cultivate myself? If you want to cultivate, why are you here perking up your ears? Lu Xiaoyi laughed secretly. First, if you don't help me, I won't tell you the hall's decision. You still have to trouble yourself to find out. Second, if you want to reserve a room in Yarrowing Sword Palace, you have to do something, right? In fact, for this kind of thing, he could directly go to the relevant hall. With the promise of the sect, this was official business. However, because it was official business, for someone like him who had no connections in Xiao Yarrow Mountain, it was very likely that he would be put in a difficult position. Not on the surface, but under the surface, it was perfunctory. Therefore, letting Ka Wo, a female cultivator with connections in Xiao Yarrow Mountain, to do it was not only faster, but also more comprehensive. Sure enough, that afternoon, Ka Wo sent a jade slip to his cave residence. Seeing that she did not leave, Lu Xiaoyi felt very strange. Senior Marshal Sister, do you want to stay here for the night? Ka Wo had long been immune to this. She smiled and said, I'll help you choose. There are a lot of shady situations that you don't know and don't explicitly state in the information. I have insider information. Lu Xiaoyi was very defy. Okay, this time I'll choose according to Senior Marshal Sister's recommendation. I admire Senior Marshal Sister's vision the most. It's much better than Fan Tong and the others. Jiu Hua was very pleased to hear this. She really liked the feeling of being in charge and being in charge. 10 people would be transferred to the distant Yarrow Ying under her suggestion, and she would make the decision. This gave her a great sense of accomplishment. Therefore, she sat up straight and still. There are a total of 179 cultivators in Xiao Yarrow Mountain who practice the way of the sword. In the total of 5,000 Xiao Yarrow Jindan cultivators, excluding the majority who practice the Xiao Yarrow martial arts, there are more people involved in the unorthodox path. Among them, there are actually some who practice both sword and magic. I know your temperament. You definitely won't like this kind of impure swordsman. Why don't we just cross them off? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Senior Marshal Sister knows me best. That's exactly the case. If they don't focus on the way of the sword, they'll be separated from the others if they go to the Yarrowing Sword Palace. There's no need to go through this kind of trouble. Ka Wo used blue ink to cross off a few dozen people from the jade slip. Then, there are still 123 people who focus on the way of the sword. Of these 123 people, Lu Xiaoyi interrupted her. Why don't we just use the method of elimination? First, we'll find those who have a bad track record, disregard the rules of the sect, are aggressive, and have strange behavior. Ka Wo gladly complied. Exactly. If these people go to your place, they'll definitely cause a ruckus in the Yarrowing Sword Palace. This kind of range, let me think. There should be around 17 or 18 people. She used red ink to cross off another 10 people from the jade slip. Just as she was about to continue, she was interrupted by Lu Xiaoyi. Senior Marshal Sister, how about I invite you to Jichuan brothel to eat roast duck? Right now is the time when the ducks are fat. Let's also invite Fan Tong, Zhou Li, and the others. We haven't had a gathering in a while, right? Ka Wo was very dissatisfied. One ear. What kind of work attitude is this? Things have just started and you're already thinking about eating and drinking. Do you still need to eat and drink? You should at least choose a rough range. Everyone's temperament, personality, cultivation, strength, faction, etc. It's very troublesome. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. It's not like we're choosing a wife. Why would it be so troublesome? Even if we choose from thousands of people, we might not be able to pick everyone right. I'm not choosing. Later on, I'll choose from the 10 or so crooked melons and split dates. It can be considered as reducing the burden on the sect. Chapter 864. In order to lighten the burden on Xiao Yarrow, Lu Xiaoyi deliberately picked 10 so-called crooked melons and cracked dates. He didn't look at their cultivation, strength, or misdeeds. He just wanted to see if these people ignored the rules of the sect. There were thousands of cultivators in the free wandering sect, and there were definitely some who were mischievous. To be able to choose the way of the sword, they must be mischievous and independent, doing things their own way. Of course, he did not do this to reduce the burden, but to better control them. For those who learned the way of the sword, if you beat them into submission, they would naturally listen to you, unless one day you could no longer suppress them. However, Lu Xiaoyi was confident that even if he taught them, they would never be able to surpass him. Therefore, when the 11 of them stepped into the spatial rift, the Yuanying on duty was very strange. Among the 11 of them, 10 of them had bruises all over their bodies. Their injuries were not light. Of course, this was not a problem for the Jindan. This was Lu Xiaoyi's method. First beat them into submission, then teach them. These people basically did not care about the old rules and customs. Now was the time to solidify and deepen these habits. When it was really useful, there would not be so many scruples. A month later, they arrived at the shaking shadow continent. Although he had participated in the heaven and earth chessboard in the sea of clouds outside the shaking shadow continent, this was the first time he had actually entered the shaking shadow continent. The scenery was magnificent, and there was a sense of desolation. This place was not bad. When the group arrived at the shaking shadow sword palace, there were already swordsmen coming out to welcome them. At first glance, he was shocked. There were more than 100 of them. Song Rong regretfully said, "Time is still a little tight, otherwise we could have found more. However, we will abide by the rules of senior brother. We are all trustworthy swordsman brothers. We are all good men, and have no worries." Looking at the fervent eyes of the crowd, Lu Xiaoyi felt that the burden on his shoulders was a little heavy. He knew very well that in terms of loyalty, most of these people did not have it. They were all determined Jindan stage cultivators. How could they be so hot-blooded? Why would others follow him as soon as he made a call? He needed a goal, a temperament, and a belief to slowly integrate them. As for now, he was still far from tying them into a rope. However, to be able to gather here was a good start. There was a limitless future ahead of them. At the very least, he had something that could attract them, swordsmanship. When did he stop talking about swordsmanship? If he could make these people treat this place as their home or treat him as their leader, then they would truly be a whole. Only in this way could he make use of these people to achieve his personal goals. He had been in the Juxian upper realm for decades, so he was very clear about the cultivation situation here. He knew that even if he became a nascent soul or a monarch, he might not be able to get in touch with the true core secrets of the Juxian upper realm. This was because he came from an unorthodox family, so the real schemes of the 9 upper sects would not be easily revealed. Unless, in addition to his own strength, he also had a direct attack force. Only in this way would others have no choice but to take him into consideration when making plans. He needed time. Only when Yuanying emerged from this group of people and displayed their strength on various stages, such as the Shaoying single ear, could he truly enter the ranks of the important people in the Juxian upper realm. He left the matter of settling down to Song Rong, Che Xie, and the others. These were the few that he could completely trust at the moment. He himself flew towards the tallest building in the Shaoying mountain, the Shadow Sword Palace. There was still a Shaoying Yuanying swordsman left here. Although Yi Li had already handed the Shaoying Sword Palace over to him, it was still important to obtain the support of the Zhenren who was stationed here. This was because in the Shaoying Sword Palace, there was still a large number of Foundation establishment swordsmen. It was not just these 100 or so Jin Dan who could dominate the world. After all, the power of a sect was a systematic project. Before he even got close to the Shadow Sword Palace, a flying sword shot out from the Sword Palace. Its aura was sharp, and it did not hold back. Lu Xiaoyi did not find it strange at all. His head was exposed, and the flying sword flew straight towards him. There was no fancy technique at all. It was a head-on collision of strength. Under the watchful eyes of the 100 or so Jin Dan swordsmen below, this was like a clash between the old and the new in the sword vein. Tradition, upright and upright. Revolution, full of vigor. The swordsmen below were mesmerized by this sword fight. They once again experienced Senior Shan's swordsmanship. It was a swordsmanship that could change the direction of the sword vein. Even when he was facing off against a Yuanying swordsman, he was not at a disadvantage at all. When the swords of both parties began to diverge, the old swordsman's sword began to slowly fall into a disadvantageous position. Although his cultivation base was far superior, the strength that he could add to his flying sword was not as comprehensive as Lu Xiaoyi's. This was the result of being stuck in one's ways and not seeking change. Sticking to the old ways and clinging to the ways of the ancestors. The swords retracted, and Lu Xiaoyi stepped into the Shadow Sword Palace. He bowed. "Thank you for your help, Senior." He knew that the old swordsman did not use his full strength. At least, he did not use his full strength in terms of cultivation base. The old swordsman shook his head. I can't catch you. Even if I use my full strength, it will still be the same. What's the point? The two of them discussed the details of the handover of the Shadow Sword Palace. It involved many aspects, and far exceeded Lu Xiaoyi's expectations. Lu Xiaoyi's expression was very sincere. Senior, the Sword Palace's inheritance is still mainly based on the shadow-shaking realm. I might add some other things, but my things aren't systematic yet. You know that many of them were obtained by chance, so they can't be replicated. The entire Shadow Sword Palace's system will change over a long period of time, and cannot be achieved overnight. But there is one thing, and that is that the Shadow Sword Palace will always be the Shadow Sword Palace. This will not change. Our shortcoming is in controlling the spread of the land's orthodoxy. This is something that we need the support of the Shadow Sword Palace. As you know, these new swordsmen are all used to being wild. They are hot-blooded and willing to work hard for the sword vein, but they are a little reckless in their actions. Perhaps the way they do things does not conform to the old rules. I hope that Senior can give us some advice. You can't just ignore it. The old swordsman nodded bitterly, but he was very open-minded. You don't have to follow the old rules too much. In fact, the Shadow Sword Palace has been following the old rules for tens of thousands of years, but they are barely holding on in the cracks between the monks and Taoists. They have not been able to carve out their own path, and in the end, they have fallen to their current state. This proves that our methods may not be correct. It's just a matter of time. This is just an eruption of pent-up frustration. The result shows that regardless of whether we win or lose, we have lost. In the face of the size of the upper sect, any resistance is just a way to wear them down. How can we wear them down? Your method may be correct, at least in one direction. If we don't improve the individual strength of the swordsman by leaps and bounds, anyone can step on us and do whatever they want. The Bitter Zen Temple only lost about 100 people in the chessboard of heaven and earth. Of course, they don't care. If they knew that they would lose more than half of their people in this battle, would they still fight for the chessboard? Would he still unscrupulously promote faith in Yarrow Ying Little Lu? In the end, it's just a matter of strength. This is the essence of the cultivation world. Chapter 865. In front of Lu Xiaoyi, there were two important directions. One was how to eliminate the deep-rooted influence of Buddhism on the small continent, and the other was how to set a direction for the swordsmen to improve themselves. As for the former, he was not prepared to interfere. He would leave it to his Jindan subordinates to take care of their own areas. He could not underestimate this group of fellows. They were all experienced and knowledgeable cultivators who took pride in roaming the world. After so many years of dealing with Buddhism, each of them had some tricks up their sleeves. If he let them do it, it might not be any worse than if he did it himself. His main focus was still on martial arts. He needed to carefully organize his swordsmanship system, list out a skill tree, and then remove the part about Shenyuan and the part about Xiao Yaroyu. Then, he would see how much was left. The result was very awkward. The skill tree was no longer a skill tree, and only a few broken branches were left. After pondering for a few days, he realized that no matter how much he added, it was impossible to recreate this skill tree without the support of Shenyuan and Xiao Yao. He could not use random things to make up the numbers, or it would affect the overall effect. This only proved that his current knowledge, skills, and experience were not enough to create a system. His current height was because he was standing on the shoulders of giants. When the giants were gone, his height would not be worth mentioning. Furthermore, he was only at the Jindan realm. He was clueless about the realms above the Jindan realm. If he were to create a system now, there was a high possibility that it would be overthrown when he reached the next realm. The conclusion was that the creation of a swordsmanship system should be a problem that could only be considered by a supreme. Lu Xiaoyi felt that it was better to be realistic. Increasing the strength of a swordsman from a single point of view would be more effective and more targeted. Furthermore, the roots of these 100 swordsmen were too heterogeneous. It was a mess from the very beginning. He needed to study the skills of the Yarrowing Sword Palace. After all, the Yarrowing Sword Palace was the only skill that he could use openly, and it could directly lead to the Great Tao. After a round, he came back. He was very happy that he was able to maintain a good relationship with the old swordsman. Who knows, he might even have to ask the old swordsman to give them a lesson. A few days later, 133 swordsmen gathered at the Shadow Sword Palace, including the 10 from Xiao Yarrow and the few from Yarrowing Sword Palace. There were only 2 people on the main stage, Lu Xiaoyi and Old Yuanying. Lu Xiaoyi coughed softly. I know that there are 2 reasons why all of you are gathered here. The first is for the sake of the Sword Vein's legacy. The second reason is very straightforward. You want to become stronger. But if you think about it carefully, the second reason is more important. You're all people who don't wake up early without benefits, so I won't talk about responsibilities and ideals with you. If I talk about these things with you, it's very likely that I have nothing left to teach you. Everyone laughed. Senior Marshal Brother Shan's opening speech was very much to their liking. There were no empty words. For cultivators like them who wandered the world alone, they hated these kinds of things. There's nothing in this world that comes for free. Yarrowing's legacy is like that, and so is my swordsmanship. So if you want to learn it, you have to think about the price you have to pay. It could be life. Only life is worth me imparting my knowledge to you. It's hard to get off my boat once you get on it. This is not a threat, but it's more than a threat. Everyone listened attentively. Actually, this was what they were thinking. They also did not believe that Senior Marshal Brother Shan would be so noble as to be willing to give up everything he had just to help a declining sword vein. He must have a motive, but what was it? No one knew. Life was not the most important thing to them. To be able to wander the world alone and face life on their own, it was impossible for them to do so. With their strength, joining a sword vein was very easy. If they chose to wander, there must be a reason for it. Because they felt that the skills of the sword vein were not enough for them to exchange their freedom. But now, Senior Marshal Brother Shan's swordsmanship was worth it. Even if they could not learn all of it, as long as they learned a part of it, it would be enough for them to be reborn. I don't know when I will need you to pay the price. It could be decades, or centuries, or even longer. If you can't reach the upper level of Yuanying, you may not be able to wait your entire life. I only need you to remember this. Before that, you will still have the freedom to come and go in the Yarrowing Sword Palace. I don't care what method you use to get rid of the Buddhist beliefs, but within 100 years, I hope to see a simple Yarrowing little Lu, and not a street full of people chanting Amitabha. The more they heard, the more shocked they were at Senior Marshal Brother Shan's grand scheme, waiting for them to become Yuanying before they could be of use. That meant that this was no longer a simple dispute within the realm. What was it? Lu Xiaoyi stopped before going too far. If he said too much, he would be exposed. Now was the best time to let people think that he was just trying to establish a unique swordsman orthodoxy. This was not unusual among the 3,000 side sects in the upper realm of Juzian. Although the upper realm of Juzian was more stable, the real stability was the 9 great upper sects. The 3,000 side sects changed frequently. There would always be a new force emerging, and there would always be sects that would gradually decline. Regarding the cultivation in the Yarrowing Sword Palace, I will divide it into 2 aspects. Firstly, regarding the cultivation method. Everyone's cultivation method came from different sources. It is possible that some people's cultivation method came from the upper sects and has a foundation, but most people's cultivation method is probably not up to standard. To be able to rely on your cultivation method to reach this level, you are all one in a million geniuses. But there is no such thing as a genius forever. If you rely on your cultivation method to reach the next level, the chances are not high. Today is a chance to reconnect with your fundamental cultivation method. The Yarrowing Sword Palace's quenching jade technique is a direct path to Tao. It is up to you whether you want to learn it or not. What I want to remind you is that if you want to change your cultivation method, the sooner the better. You are all cultivators with hundreds of years of experience. You do not need anyone to teach you this. Every morning, Taoist Master Maro will talk for half a day in the Yarrowing Sword Palace. He can help you understand this quenching jade technique at the fastest speed, and also build a stronger foundation for you. This was the foundation. The higher the level, the more important it was. Not only was it related to the upper realm, it was also related to the cultivation of swordsmanship. There were many things that could not be done without a strong foundation. For example, the condensation of mana and the strength of one's spirit. They were all mature Jindan. He could not force them. He only gave a suggestion. If they insisted, then no one could do anything about it. They still had a lot of time. Most of these Jindan had at least 200 to 300 years of life left. There was still time to change their cultivation method. The key was whether they had the determination to change themselves. Chapter 866. Finally, I want to talk to you about swordsmanship. Lu Xiaoyi's teaching in the shadow-shaking sword palace had officially begun. This was not a recruitment of disciples, but a kind of preaching of the Tao. He also wanted to take this opportunity to see what the results of his set of things would be if they were popularized. If it was effective, he would send it back to Shenyuan if he had the chance. Of course, that was only if he could find his way back home. Regarding swordsmanship, he divided this group of people into two groups. One group was those who had a sword spirit in their flying swords, and the other group was those who didn't cultivate a sword spirit. With a sword spirit, one could use the sword wheel to move towards the Niwen Palace. There were countless key points and prerequisites. Lu Xiaoyi had spent hundreds of years using the essence of his spiritual power. In fact, it also contained some of Xuanyuan's cultivation of the sword pill and Xiaoyao's cultivation of the Sparrow Palace. Many of the cultivation theories were closely related. In fact, they couldn't be completely separated. If one really wanted to teach something from Shenyuan and Xiaoyao and didn't want to bring it along, then there was no need to teach them anything. Go figure it out yourself. For those who didn't have a sword spirit, other than providing them with all kinds of methods to cultivate a sword spirit, he would focus on teaching them in other aspects. For example, the theory of imbalance, the mechanism of the sword wheel's vibration, the control of sword light splitting, the combination of the Tao state and the flying sword, the application of momentum on the flying sword, and his most prized spiritual vibration swordsmanship. Although he no longer used this method, he had changed it to the more advanced Sparrow Palace's big bird wing flapping technique. He didn't treat himself as a teacher, and the other swordsmen didn't treat themselves as students either. They were just a group of people who were obsessed with swordsmanship. There was no hierarchy, no first come first served. Lu Xiaoyi told them everything he knew, and the swordsmen wanted to get to the bottom of it. The teaching was like a discussion. As they discussed, they would fight. When they were tired of fighting, they would continue the discussion. This wasn't a one-sided process. Lu Xiaoyi also benefited a lot from it. With hundreds of swordsmen, who didn't have a unique skill, even Lu Xiaoyi could bring out his trump card, so who would have the nerve to hide it? Everyone's unique skill had its own logic. When a master like Lu Xiaoyi saw it and interpreted it in his own way, he would then spread it around and cultivate it. He would then find out what was lacking in his cultivation and improve it through arguments. Naturally, it would become a positive learning process. Everyone was improving. When it came to who benefited the most, it was Lu Xiaoyi, who had the most theoretical and practical experience. For Jindan people like them, the only thing that could move people's hearts was sincerity. Sincerity was mutual. Lu Xiaoyi gave his sincerity and received others' sincerity in return. In the future, when these swordsmen grew stronger through mutual stimulation, who would think about who they were fighting for? Was it to repay a certain someone? To treat this place as their home, the home of a swordsman, they would naturally have the determination to protect their home. A real group was beginning to take shape. There were still flaws and not many results could be seen. But it didn't matter. If this continued, he would really have an unbreakable team, because this team wasn't formed because of repayment, but because of a common goal and a common pursuit. Half a year later, the back mountain of the Sword Palace had been ruined by these people. A layer of the mountain rocks had been shaved off. There was no vegetation at all, and all living things were dead. Looking at the hundreds of expectant gazes, Lu Xiaoyi scolded, "Let's not talk about swordsmanship today. Damn it, It's been half a year and we haven't done anything serious. The problem of the Buddhist faith in Yarrowing land hasn't been solved at all. All of them are here. Go out and clean the snow in front of your door. Let's gather again in half a year and expand our thinking at the same time. All the sword cultivators laughed and laughed. To them, staying at the back of the mountain for half a year was something that would have been impossible in the past. But now, this place seemed to have some kind of magic that made them unwilling to leave. Even if they left, they would always think about how to run back. When the sea of swordsmanship was opened up, with Lu Xiaoyi's guidance and the hundreds of swordsmen's imagination, they created countless strange swordsmanship. No one could learn all of them. They could only choose the one that was most suitable for them and train their mind with all their might. In Lu Xiaoyi's swordsmanship philosophy, he especially emphasized on the mind. His strength also made the swordsmen see the direction of their hard work. It was no longer an illusion, but a reality. The path was right under their feet. The lazy bums had all been forced to leave, leaving him alone. Taoist Master Mao appeared beside him mysteriously. He was a little emotional. As a Yuanying Taoist master, he could also appear among this group of people. Compared to these hotheads in his eyes, the attractiveness of swordsmanship was obvious. Martial Uncle Yi's vision is very accurate. With you in charge of the Shaking Shadow Realm, 100 years later, at the level of Jin Dan, the Shaking Shadow Swordsman will dominate the sword vein of the Juzian Upper Realm. If there's 1,000 years, what will it be like? I really hope to see that day come. Unfortunately, our Shaking Shadow Sword Palace can't do that. We don't have the courage to break the norm, and we don't have the courage to do so. Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. Senior, this is a special case and cannot be treated as an example. It's the model of breaking and rebuilding. If you don't break, how can you rebuild? We can do this now and maintain it, but it may not be the same when the next Jin Dan joins us. It will gradually weaken until it returns to normal. The normal operations of the sects in the cultivation world have their own inherent patterns. This has been proven over hundreds of thousands of years in the cultivation world. Taoist Master Maro sighed. After talking for so long, you're just saying that dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice give birth to children? Then what's the point of doing all this? If you're only strong in this batch, maybe you can continue to be strong in the next few batches. In the end, what's your goal? Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Change. Taoist Master Maro was curious. When? Lu Xiaoyi didn't care. Wait. Taoist Master Maro was stunned for a long time. He really couldn't see through this young man. It was as if they were in different worlds. Suddenly, he remembered. Oh, right, there's a female cultivator waiting for you outside the mountain gate. She didn't say her name and covered her face. Lu Xiaoyi complained, why didn't you say something serious earlier? Why did you have to talk about all this nonsense? Seeing him fly away, the old swordsman laughed. I'm not talking about nonsense. What you're doing now is nonsense. It should be Senior Kawa, right? Coincidentally, he was looking for her to contact the swordsman and buy some resources that he was lacking. It wasn't for him, but for the swordsman to train their spirit. It wasn't easy to buy them from the market. Moreover, the Chamber of Commerce was treating the swordsman differently and ignored them. When he arrived at the mountain gate, he saw a slim and graceful figure looking at Yun Chuan. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes were sharp. He knew that it wasn't Senior Kawa, but when he got closer, he didn't know how to address her. Why was this woman here? Did he just recover from the shock? Chapter 867. The woman sensed that someone was approaching from behind. She was not surprised. She turned around gracefully and looked over with her watery eyes. She still did not speak. Lu Xiaoyi was a little embarrassed. To be honest, although they had been intimate before, strictly speaking, he was seducing her. Sister Bing, why are you here? Xia Bingji looked at him up and down, left and right. I can't come. Lu Xiaoyi was even more embarrassed. You can come, you can come. If I wasn't afraid that you would be angry, I would have gone to see you earlier. Xia Bingji asked, why would I be angry? He could not answer this question. Could he say that he had coaxed her when she was young and ignorant? There was no way to say it. The relationship between the two of them was really awkward. That year in Rusty Little Land, they went from being like fish in water to being separated from each other. The recovery of their memories was a good thing for normal people, but for the two of them, it was an extremely awkward situation. Actually, Lu Xiaoyi was not too embarrassed. Which field could not be sowed? As long as they fulfilled their duty of plowing in spring, it was fine if they watered other people's fields. The problem was that this field might have some thoughts. They might have been prepared to grow naturally for the rest of their lives, coexisting with heaven and earth. But they did not expect that some hard-working farmer would. He had always wanted to know the real thoughts of this woman. If they had such thoughts, they would roll up their bedding and move it to a pile. If they did not have such thoughts, they should not come in front of him for no reason. It was annoying and reminded him of those unbearable memories. Now that this person was here, could it be that she wanted to move her bedding? It did not seem to make sense. What was the reason? Most importantly, this woman had always been calm and rational. Had she changed a little? Had she become a little like Yin Ya? Was it a good thing? Was she shy? Was she embarrassed? Did she need him to speak first? He did not have any psychological burden. There was nothing that he could not say. He walked over slowly and gave her what he thought was the warmest smile. Because he wanted it to be so real, his cheeks twitched a little. He slowly reached out his hand and held the woman's soft hand. Sister Bing, the past. Xia Bingji stepped back like lightning, looking alert. There is no past. You have to be more respectful. Also, can you not smile like that? Horrifying. Lu Xiaoyi heaved a sigh of relief. What's wrong with me? Had she changed so much that she no longer resembled herself? Wasn't it just planting the wrong field? What's the big deal? He could either continue to plant the wrong seeds or let her grow barren. What was the big deal? Was there a need to be so careful? Shaking his head, he finally regained his senses. Sister Bing, are you here to see me? I am now the ruler of a continent, and the only thing I lack is an empty harem. The east, south, west, and north harem have already been built, and the spring, summer, autumn, and winter harem are still being planned. However, there is no one in the harem, and the east harem still lacks a main concubine. Why don't Sister Bing help me manage the inner harem? Xia Bingji finally listened to it normally. She herself also felt strange. When this thing spoke properly, she felt goosebumps all over her body. However, when it talked nonsense, she felt comfortable listening to it. What was wrong with it? Did something go wrong? Oh. Which palace is Yin Ya in? Lu Xiaoyi smirked, but in Xia Bingji's eyes, it was much better than his gentle smile. That little girl, what palace? She can just be a maid to accompany you in the room and serve you. Xia Bingji pointed at him and said, I'll tell Yin Ya exactly what you said. This time, I'm not here for personal matters. I just want to ask you, is there anything else you need in this Yaoying palace? Huangting Taoism doesn't have a swordsman, so they can't send anyone. They can only contribute a little in terms of resources. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Oh, has my Yaoying sword palace become the front line against Buddhism? It's understandable that Xiaoyaro you helped me, but it's strange that Huangting Taoism also helped me. Will there be other Taoists coming to give me warmth? If that's the case, I have to think about it carefully. They're all here. If I ask for less, won't I be slapping their faces? Xia Bingji finally recovered her coldness. I'm only responsible for conveying the message, not making the decision. However, if you have any needs, feel free to ask. Huangting will try to satisfy you as long as it's not too much. Lu Xiaoyi was a little disappointed. You really don't care about personal friendship. After all, we've fought together. We're comrades who have gone through life and death together. Don't you want to come in and have a cup of tea? Xia Bingji said calmly, on the level of Yuanying and true monarchs, Huangting will try to help you resist any possible evil intentions. However, on the level of Jin Dan, you can only solve it yourselves. Lu Xiaoyi was curious. Isn't there a 500-year buffer period? Why? Are the Buddhists not going to admit it? Xia Bingji said, how dare they not admit it? However, that's only in Yaoying Little Lu. There's no such rule in other Little Lu. Do you sword cultivators have the patience to do that? What's more, he can cultivate for 500 years without ever leaving the house. Lu Xiaoyi understood. She was reminding him that if he left Yaoying Little Lu, there might be unexpected trouble and traps. Understood. Thank you for the reminder. I can make them suffer in the heaven and earth chessboard with just one ear. If it's the real world, they won't be able to bear the consequences. Xia Bingji didn't continue to persuade him. When it came to fighting and scheming, she couldn't compare to this sinister guy in front of her. Not only was he scheming now that Jin Dan was in his current realm, he was also scheming when he was young and inexperienced. This was a guy who had been scheming since he was young, but she couldn't do anything about it. Ever since Yin Ya returned from Red Hill, she was seriously injured because she used a power that she wasn't familiar with. She has been recuperating in Huangting. At the same time, she was also grounded. She asked me to tell you to visit her when you're free. Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. How did she get injured? Wasn't that ability given to her by her elder ancestor? Could it be that she didn't understand it? Or did that nascent soul cultivator do something when she left? Xia Bingji sighed. There's no problem with the item that her elder ancestor gave her. There's no problem for her to use it herself. But if she wanted to exceed her own ability to take away all three of them, then there's definitely a problem. That's how she got injured, and it's a bloodline injury that's not easy to recover from. That's why it's still not healed up until now. Lu Xiaoyi scratched his head. This little girl had a good heart, but she was a little overconfident. However, he was very hesitant about whether he should visit her or not. Because it was obvious that Yin Ya was a more troublesome character than Xia Bingji. If he got involved with her, he might get involved with something that he didn't want to get involved with. For example, the gaze of a certain true monarch. He couldn't afford to be looked at, let alone checked. Xia Bingji took out a jade box from her ring and handed it to him. This is yours. Now return it to its rightful owner. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He had already felt this aura when he saw this girl. It was a familiar aura. He gently opened the jade box. A sharp light instantly flew out and entered the top of his head. Chapter 868. This was Zhu Cheng. Xia Bingji returned his Zhu Cheng flying sword. Seeing Lu Xiaoyi's doubtful gaze, the woman explained, I've asked for this back a long time ago. I never wanted to return it to you. I thought it was a punishment. But you've caused too much trouble in Red Hill. If you really find out which nascent soul cultivator it is, and you go looking for them, do you think you can kill any nascent soul cultivator who's at a higher cultivation level? Now that everything is over, I'm going back. Lu Xiaoyi was a little touched. No matter what, he did not plough the fields for nothing. He also knew that for women, especially arrogant female cultivators, it would take time and opportunity to completely understand this kind of thing. It was okay, everyone had time. As long as they were willing to study, there would be opportunities. I'll keep the room for you. You can come whenever you want. Also, help me collect some non-core spiritual cultivation methods. I have a use for them. Xia Bingji looked at him, as if she was puzzled by his request, but she did not say anything. How could you ask a great thief not to take advantage of others? When she entered the crack passage, she realized that she had returned someone else's item, but that guy did not return hers. That jade silkworm pendant. How disgusting must this person be to hold on to someone else's item and not return it? But, why did she not think of it? Did she not think of it? Or did she not think of it at all? Was Jin Dan so forgetful? Lu Xiaoyi withdrew his thoughts from women. When it came to matters of the heart, he had to be able to let go of them. In Xuanyuan's words, a real swordsman had to be able to take off his pants and put them back on. Ever since he formed his aurous core, he had been busy and did not seem to have a period of quiet cultivation. This was because of his personality, he could not sit still. It was also because of all kinds of trivial matters, he seemed to be too busy. Now, the urgent problem that needed to be dealt with was gone. The Red Earth Chamber of Commerce had a temporary end, and the reason for Zhu Cheng no longer existed. He had no reason to continue causing trouble in the upper realm of Zhuxian. As for the sword spirit Zhu City, it was very troublesome for him to find it. He had to find out who had obtained it, and then go to the sect to ask for it. The process was full of unknowns, and it was impossible for it to be smooth sailing. However, this was very easy for the disciples who had connections and background. For example, Xia Bingji. After she returned, it was easy to determine who had done it through her master. There was always an inextricable connection between the major cultivators of the sect. Whether it was a request or a visit, they had to give each other face. Xia Bingji didn't tell him who attacked him back then. Her meaning was very clear. She didn't want him to act rashly. He was also very clear that in the front line of the Yarrow Ying sect facing the pressure of the Buddhist sect, it was very unwise for him to expand his negative side. Therefore, he did not pursue the matter further. Some karma was destined to be inextricable. In this world, there was no cultivator who could truly clear karma. It didn't matter if it was others who owed him, or himself who owed others. He gently brushed aside this grudge and suffered a loss. However, he continued to take advantage of the woman. It was also a way to maintain a connection. It could make the woman unknowingly unable to cut off this connection. Everyone had their own weaknesses. Xia Bingji's weakness was that she couldn't bear to reject the people who were close to her. This was the reason why Mr. Yin was dragged on for hundreds of years. The difference between Lu Xiaoyi and Senior Yin was that Lu Xiaoyi first plowed the land, and then he began to be shameless. One day, the woman would feel that since he already owed her so much, it didn't matter if he owed her one more time. In the end, the only way to settle the debt was for everyone to sleep together. This was Lu Xiaoyi's special way of getting along with others. When these troubles no longer existed, he began to have time to come up with a plan for himself. The core of the plan was simple: how to continue to improve his cultivation. This was his most urgent need now. He was almost 500 years old now. It had been almost 100 years since he came to the Zhuxian upper realm. For a cultivator with talent in cultivation, this period of time should be enough for him to break through to the Yuanying stage. Jindan's lifespan was almost 800 years old. Excluding the end of life, and considering the complexity of breaking through to the next realm, 200 to 300 years was actually not much. As for him, he was still stuck in the middle of Jindan. He was tied down by a bunch of trivial matters. From the perspective of cultivation, no matter how talented he was in combat, if he could not break through to the next realm, he would be nothing more than a cup of yellow soil. This was why even if he carried the flag on the heaven and earth chessboard, not many people really saw him as a threat. This was how true cultivators saw him. I saw his tall building rise, I saw his wind and clouds follow, I saw his building collapse, I saw his wind and clouds vanish. He still had more than 300 years. Time was a little tight. The key was that he could not go out and play with cats and dogs anymore. The existence of little Lu in Yarrow Ying gave him this opportunity. If he did not know how to behave himself, he could not blame anyone else. In cultivation, one should let go and let go. Now was the time to let go. He planned to be Duke Lu in Yarrow Ying for a period of time until he reached the peak of Jindan. "Aren't you going out for a walk?" Taoist Master Maro asked. Lu Xiaoyi's face was full of sincerity. "No, I'll stay here with you. There are still a lot of things that I don't understand." Taoist Master Maro glanced at him. "You're not stupid. You know that your cultivation is not enough. If you go out again, you won't even reach the end of your 500 years in Yarrow Ying before everyone can collect your corpse." Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "Although my strength in swordsmanship is not bad, my path in cultivation has been awkward. It was like this for foundation establishment, Jindan, and now it's the same for Yuanying. I'm curious. How do other people cultivate? It seems like they don't need to deliberately go into seclusion to reach the peak of Jindan." Taoist Master Maro reminded him, "Your way of thinking is wrong. In terms of probability, a cultivation speed like yours is a high probability event in the cultivation world. It's just that the people around you are all proud sons of heaven, So you feel that your cultivation speed is too slow. Even if it's a solo swordsman, which one of them isn't a genius from their own small continent? Otherwise, why would they dare to come out and wander around? But you have to remember that everyone has their own rhythm. Some people's cultivation speed is fast, some people's fighting ability is strong, but how many people can achieve both? Under the guidance of the heavenly Tao, nothing is perfect. If you gain something, you will lose something else. This is the basic principle of the heavenly Tao, and we should go with the flow. What I mean is, the more you are in a situation like this, the more you can't be impatient and lose your own rhythm. Calm your mind and cultivate your mind in Yaoying, but don't chase after extra speed. The heavenly Tao has already been very generous to you. Cultivators like us should be content with what we have. Only with a good attitude can everything be natural. At the nascent soul juncture, I've seen too many people suffer a crushing defeat. Most of them have staked it all on a single throw, and very few have succeeded. Those who succeed are those who pursue nature and follow the will of the heavenly Tao. Remember, Yuanying is difficult. It's difficult to become one with the heavens, and it's difficult to become one with nature. You can't rely on your methods, or you'll be at a disadvantage. Chapter 869. Lu Xiaoyi began to cultivate in silence. The old man's words were right, but in the world of cultivation, right and wrong always coexisted. He knew the disadvantages of advancing rashly, so he wouldn't force himself to use extra methods to increase his cultivation. But he also knew the meaning of staking everything on one throw. When he built his foundation, he used an abandoned foot-soaking pill to build his foundation, and the symbolic meaning was far greater than the actual meaning. When he was in Jindan, he gambled on the reverse space window, almost forcing himself into a desperate situation. Then, what method would he use in front of the Yuanying? Until now, he still didn't have a clue. However, he subconsciously knew that this was definitely not normal because the path he had taken to get here was not normal at all. This was not seclusion, but also seclusion. It was just that the location of his seclusion was not the cave, but the entire Yaoying land. He was still discussing the mysteries of swordsmanship with the swordsman, but as time passed, the number of discussions became less and less, but the depth of the discussion became deeper and deeper. Flying swords, after all, were used to practice, and not by talking about it. He could see the progress of each of his friends in swordsmanship, and similarly, he could also achieve his own progress through the progress of others. This was a very strange way of cultivating swordsmanship. It was a special environment and special coincidences that formed the special environment of cultivating swordsmanship in the Yaoying land. He still chose to cultivate both his swordsmanship and his cultivation at the same time. He didn't focus on cultivation just because his cultivation was lagging behind, because he knew that this was his own rhythm. Because of the sword, he could achieve a balance in his state of mind during the boring process of increasing his cultivation, and not fall into a strange cycle of stagnation in his cultivation. This was efficiency. Lu Xiaoyi was very clear that what Taoist Maro was worried about was a state of overflowing cultivation. This state was a special state of cultivation that belonged to Jindan cultivators. It meant that even though one's cultivation had not reached the late stage of Jindan, there would be an increase and decrease in cultivation. It was like a reservoir that was full of water and couldn't be increased anymore. But in reality, this state of full water was an illusion. Because a cultivator would advance by leaps and bounds over a long period of time and use external forces to increase their strength, they would be anxious and rush to improve. This would create a false state of full dantian, which would have a great impact on a cultivator. It would even affect a cultivator's self-evaluation of their dantian after reaching the peak. That was why Taoist Master Maro reminded him to be natural. Because he had a lot of time, he didn't need to run around for trouble anymore. He finally had time to start his second and third cultivation methods. The second cultivation method, the 5 elements shift, had always been in the process of cultivation. It was just that he hadn't practiced it systematically. The third cultivation method, the heavenly heart strategy, was an extreme expansion of the spiritual realm. It was the basic method of Xuanyuan's internal sword sect's killing sect. It included many things that he had never touched before, such as the 3 lives. Why do I have to cultivate all these? This was because before a cultivator became a Yuanying, they had to find a suitable direction for themselves. It was a navigation mark so that the cultivator would not be lost in the sea of cultivation. Many people believed that the Tao realm was something that one would only come into contact with after forming their nascent soul. This wasn't a big mistake. However, the real sects would tell you that the Tao realm had to be done early. It didn't mean that one had to go deep into a certain Tao realm during the Jindan realm. It was impossible to go deep into a certain Tao realm, because one's vision of the realm was right there. Even someone as strong as Lu Xiaoyi, who had repeatedly made progress in the 5 elements, was only at the entry level in the eyes of a real cultivator. The key was to determine the direction. Only when the direction was determined would the chances of forming their nascent soul greatly increase. Only then would they be able to solidify this direction in their nascent soul body and become their natal Tao realm. Only then would they be able to make rapid progress in their cultivation after forming their Yuanying. Was it possible to form their nascent soul without a direction in the Tao realm? Of course, it was also possible. However, the process was much more difficult. It would affect the quality of the nascent soul and affect their cultivation after forming their nascent soul. As for the choice of Tao realm, it was not limited to the 36 innate great Taos. It was not limited to the 3,000 unorthodox great Taos. In fact, even the disciples of famous sects rarely used the 36 innate great Taos as their Tao realm choice when forming their nascent soul. It wasn't that it was bad, but it was too good. It was very difficult for good cultivators to reach it. Using the Tao realm to quench one's thirst for plum blossoms to stimulate oneself was very foolish. Therefore, when it came to the choice of Tao realm, many cultivators would choose the one that was most suitable for themselves and the one that was most in line with their hundreds of years of cultivation. The 3,000 great Taos were not a joke. There were only more, not less. Furthermore, the mid-level concepts that could be comprehended during the Jindan realm were the most complicated. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, ice, clouds, and mist, as well as the yellow springs, nether floating, growth, blood river, nether ghost, tide sea, green mountain, long river, bright moon, setting sun, and so on. There were even grand cultivators who joked that everything in the universe could enter the Tao realm. As long as one was immersed in it, every blade of grass, tree, insect, and cicada would be able to comprehend the Tao. It was all up to the cultivator to comprehend it. No one else could help, even if they were master and disciple. Some orthodoxies had a very simple choice at this juncture. For example, the blood river orthodoxy. They didn't need to spend so much effort to find what they truly needed. They only had one direction, the blood river. Success and failure were all because of the blood river. This was the reason why the blood river Grand Tao could never become an innate great Tao. It was too exclusive and couldn't tolerate the existence of other Tao realms. For those legacy sects, such as the 5 rings Shenyuan, 3 pure ones, Supreme, Sangha, and the 9 upper sects of Juzian, they all had one thing in common. They never restricted the direction of their disciples' Tao realm choice. They even encouraged their disciples to follow their hearts and seek for new things and changes. This was the style of a true upper sect. Lu Xiaoyi's problem was the choice of Tao realm when breaking through to the Yuanying realm. Was it the 5 elements? Or was it something else? Although he was most familiar with the 5 elements, it didn't mean that the 5 elements were the direction of his Yuanying realm. The reason why he was familiar with the 5 elements was because of many coincidences. It started when Sage Rui pulled him to build the 5-element sword pagoda. Then, what was the most suitable direction for his Tao realm hidden in the depths of his soul? There was still a choice to be made. Or was it the stars? Or was it the slaughter of the sword? Or was it fate? In order to clarify this point, he had to come into contact with more techniques. For example, using the 5 elements shift to determine whether he was most compatible with it. For example, using the heavenly heart strategy to feel his true heart. Find a path for the future in the future of cultivation. There were still 300 years left. There wasn't much time. There were troubles when he was running around. There were troubles when he was concentrating on cultivation. In short, there were endless troubles. After Yarrow Ying and Little Lu joined the ranks of more than 100 individual swordsmen, the restlessness in the cultivation world finally calmed down. Some small powers that wanted to take advantage of the situation had no choice but to lay low and continue to struggle at death's door. This was because this new batch of swordsmen, Jin Dan, was even more ferocious and fearless than the previous batch. At least for a short period of time, Yarrow Ying temporarily regained its calm. Chapter 870. Time passed slowly and peacefully. This was because he was immersed in improving his swordsmanship. With hundreds of cultivators from different continents and different orthodoxies as his companions, there was no lack of opponents to fight with. He became familiar with his swordsmanship through fighting and grew through fighting. Although the Yarrowing Sword Palace was in a mess, what was surprising was that almost no one left the Yarrowing Sword Palace in the past few decades. To these swordsmen who were used to being wild, this was simply inconceivable. However, after 30 years, there were always cultivators who felt that their swordsmanship had reached a high level and could not suppress their restless hearts. Thus, in 2s and 3s, they began their habit of wandering the world again. Lu Xiaoyi did not stop them. He only set a minimum limit for the number of swordsmen who stayed behind in the Yarrowing Sword Palace. At the same time, he set a time limit for them to go out, 10 years. At the very least, they had to come back after 10 years to take over the brothers who stayed on the continent. In these 30 years, Lu Xiaoyi lived a very leisurely life. His status in the carefree wandering was special. He was the head of the masks and he led a continent by himself in the Yarrowing Sword Palace. Thus, missions were not assigned to him. Furthermore, in these years, Zhuxian's upper realm was still considered peaceful. There were very few major incidents. However, Lu Xiaoyi was not completely bored in the Yarrowing Sword Palace. Every 10 years, he would return to the carefree continent and go to the Great Freedom Palace to show his loyalty and make his presence known. At the same time, he would also bring some things back. However, he would always go through the crack passageway. He rarely came into contact with people and never went to the Cloud Sea to indulge himself. He was very clear that 30 years might be very long for a mortal, but it was very short for a cultivator. For a upper sect like the Bitter Cicada Temple, the planning time was at least 100 years. Even now, his actions were far from being forgotten and he could regain his safety. After having fun, he had to restrain himself for a period of time. This was the way for a cultivator to protect himself. This time, he didn't go to carefree travel for 10 years as he had planned. Instead, he was summoned by carefree travel. As for the specific reason, he didn't know. Being summoned once every 30 years wasn't too much, so he had no reason to refuse. After making some arrangements for the Shaking Shadow stage, there wasn't much to worry about. During the 500-year buffer period, the Buddhists wouldn't be able to reach here. The 7 Taoists were all watching. As for some of the Jindan level monsters, there was even less to worry about. Dozens of powerful swordsmen and 30 years of honing their skills. Although they still couldn't compare to Lu Xiaoyi, compared to before, their strength had increased by at least a few times. Those who had strong adaptability and a solid foundation could be said to have been reborn. In such a situation, if they were still taken advantage of by intruders, then these people would be better off without them. The feud between the Buddhists and the sword vein hasn't ended. It might just be the beginning. Do you understand? Che Xie, Fei Shou, Nan Dan Kongrong, and the others all nodded. For decades, they had been taught by Lu Xiaoyi the most. They were also outstanding figures in the chessboard of heaven and earth, so they had also improved the most. Because they had the deepest understanding, they understood the burden on their shoulders better. They were the few who didn't go out to play. They knew very well that managing a continent was actually a part of a cultivator's comprehensive cultivation. Waves had to fly, and sitting had to cause hemorrhoids. That was true cultivation. Carefree travel summoned me. Maybe I'll be back soon, or maybe I'll be delayed for a while. No one can say for sure. Seeing that it's so mysterious, I guess it won't be short. I'll leave the shaking shadow stage to you guys. Whenever there's a problem with Dao Qi, you'll be fine. Chaisier promised on behalf of everyone. Don't worry, boss. Nothing will happen to the shaking shadow stage. We're not easy to deal with. We know what's important. As for you, boss, once you leave the shaking shadow stage, there won't be any so-called buffer period. You might have no problem attacking the Bodhisattva with your sword, but don't be hot-headed and attack the Buddha. Without you in the shaking shadow stage, everyone will definitely disband. Damn it. Don't you know how to say something nice? Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. Don't just focus on practicing the sword. It's useless if you can't improve your realm. Our future is not on this small shaking shadow stage. Be careful of those old foxes from carefree travel. Don't look at how carefree they are. In fact, they're vicious and merciless. Don't be too obedient. You'll suffer. The one who spoke was called Zhu Fan. He was a native carefree cultivator and was also a natural sword seed. He was one of the 10 people that Lu Xiaoyi brought from the carefree continent. He had formed his gold core for hundreds of years, and spent half of his time in Carefree Mountain reflecting on his mistakes. He hated the old ways of the upper sect. In Ka's words, this person's cultivation would be abolished sooner or later, and he would quit the mountain. Unexpectedly, he came to the shaking shadow stage like a fish in water. After getting along with him for dozens of years, Lu Xiaoyi thought highly of this rebellious guy. He had a good foundation, so his progress was also relatively fast. After dozens of years, he was also one of the few trusted aides, and his methods were especially ruthless. These people really understood a little of Lu Xiaoyi's thoughts. However, in their opinion, it was possible that their boss's goal was to let the sword vein obtain the same cultivation status as the 9 great upper sects in the Juzian upper realm. This was a group full of ambition, and it was also deliberately created by Lu Xiaoyi. I'm such a good person who is kind to others and cherishes my life. However, I have to get involved in the filth of the cultivation world. Sigh, it's so difficult. Under the disdain of his brothers, Lu Xiaoyi left the shaking shadow stage and once again embarked on the journey back. In the Great Freedom Hall, it was still Daoist Master Zhao who received him. Daoist Master Zhao was very satisfied because this guy did not procrastinate. From the schedule, he knew that he had rushed over after receiving news from the sect, which showed his attitude. I asked you to come, but I didn't discuss it with you. Did it delay your cultivation? At least verbally, the carefree elders always tried to consider the feelings of the disciples below. Lu Xiaoyi had long been used to this kind of behavior, so he could not take it too seriously. How is it not cultivation? I haven't been on a mission for 30 years, so I'm a little itchy. Daoist Master Zhao chuckled. With your swordsman's orthodoxy, it's uncomfortable if you don't kill people. The reason why I called you here this time is actually not a mission, but there's a Dharma assembly that you need to participate in. Lu Xiaoyi's face turned bitter. Martial uncle, if you want me to go kill people, no matter how dangerous it is, I won't say a word. However, if you want me to hold a Dharma assembly, I can't stand that environment. A group of people farting around, making me sleepy. Why don't we change people? We have so many Jindan in our carefree group, and there's also Mask and a few others. Their strength might even be above mine. Daoist Master Zhao smiled and shook his head. No, they're calling you by name. How can we change people without permission? Let me tell you, this is not an ordinary Dharma assembly, and the location is not in the Juzian upper realm, but in the famous Taipu realm in the nearby 10 universes. Every 300 years, it's a grand event to raise the younger generation. It's not just our Juzian, but also the various cultivation upper realms in the 10 universes. Ordinary people don't have the qualifications. In the entire Juzian, only 5 Jindan have been called, and one of them includes you. Tell me, how should we change people? Chapter 871. Lu Xiaoyi suddenly understood. He had been in Juzian for more than 100 years. When he had nothing to do, he often read the history of the Juzian upper world. This was a way to deeply understand Juzian, and also a kind of protection for himself. He couldn't be ignorant and act like an outsider. The Taipu realm, also known as Taiposhi, was a primordial stone from the birth of the universe. After experiencing the vicissitudes of time, this stone drifted in the universe and slowly gained its own intelligence, just like many strange things at the birth of the universe. Therefore, its essence was a primordial spiritual treasure. Primordial spiritual treasures were an indispensable part of the cultivation world of the universe. They were involved in too many things. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't come into contact with them at his level. He could only appreciate their magic in the ancient books of the sect. However, Taiposhi was a relatively special existence among the primordial spiritual treasures. According to the time of its existence, the good ones had already been ranked as immortals. The average ones were at least in the half-immortal realm, and the worst ones were basically wandering around the Yangshan realm. Below that was the world of the acquired spiritual treasures. It couldn't be lower, because it didn't match the status of the primordial spiritual treasures. Taiposhi was different, because its level was always between the half-immortal realm and the Yuanying realm. It was an endless cycle. What was the reason? No one could figure it out, because no one dared to do anything to it. It was not only because its internal cycle couldn't be changed or stopped, but also because it was supported by a huge group of primordial spiritual treasures. This kind of primordial spiritual treasure contained the magical and mighty power of the universe. It couldn't be taken as one's own. It was impossible for humans to plot against it when it was weak, because when it grew to the Yangshan half-immortal realm, the so-called master would be devoured. It was completely uncontrollable. In the era when it existed, the upper world of Juxian hadn't even been formed yet. The Taipu realm, Taiposhi, and Taipu Lord were all titles for it, but it liked to be called Taipu Immortal the most. Every 360 years, it would complete a cycle of reincarnation from the Yuanying realm to the half-immortal realm. And when Taiposhi returned to the Yuanying realm, it would invite cultivators to go to its Taipu realm to experience the changes of the universe. It had to be said that this was a carnate numinous treasure that had a strong Tao heart and was indiscriminate in its teachings. Because they had experienced the birth and changes of the universe, they were willing to show these changes to other living beings. This was almost a common characteristic of carnate numinous treasures. However, what was special about Taiposhi was that it was displayed to the insignificant Jindan level of the cultivation world. Pursuing the essence of the universe was the lifelong pursuit of every cultivator at the Yuanying realm and above. However, in the eyes of the carnate numinous treasure Taiposhi, since Yuanying cultivators could already travel through the void, this kind of pursuit should be completed by themselves. However, it would only help those Jindan cultivators who were still standing at the threshold of the Yuanying realm. It would show them the essence of the universe's changes, the process, and the changes. Of course, how much a cultivator could comprehend depended on their own fate. There was no fixed rule. Some cultivators had great gains and immediately became nascent souls, while others had nothing and returned resentfully. This was a good thing, a very good thing. For Jindan cultivators to receive such an invitation, not only did it depend on their strength, but it also depended on their luck. If they were born late or cultivated early, they would miss such an opportunity. Of course, it was impossible to invite unlimited people. Otherwise, in the Juxian upper realm alone, there were more than 100,000 Jindan cultivators. How could they all go up at the same time? In the orbit of Taiposhi, there were dozens of universes including the Juxian upper realm. Such a large area, there were also many in the cultivation upper realm. Therefore, the selection criteria were very strict. For a carnate numinous treasure with special abilities like Taiposhi, its criteria were unpredictable and very casual. For example, this time, it chose 5 people in the Juxian upper realm. The criteria was to be able to kill those who could surpass realms, which was that face. Now, there was only one person. 1,000 Buddha's eyes of the sun and moon, Qingwei's snorting nose, Yuanxi's lips, Xiaoyao's one ear, and Taishuan's all-white cloth. That was why enlightened Master Zhao said that there was no choice in this matter. Only Lu Xiaoyi could go. It could not be faked. If the sect could make the decision, there would be a lot of cultivators fighting over it. Lu Xiaoyi would not even hear the news. At the Taipu realm, is fighting allowed? Is killing allowed? This was Lu Xiaoyi's first reaction. For a swordsman, when outstanding talents were gathered together, his intuition was to fight to the death. Enlightened Master Zhao was speechless. This killing embryo, all he thought about was how to kill people. He was not a cultivator. It was such a pity to give him such an opportunity, but he had to admit that he had indeed asked the main point. Taiposhi, returning to the origin, after hundreds of thousands of years of contact, humans had roughly figured out its temperament. In its consciousness, there was actually no such thing as killing. It was just like them, the products of the universe when it was born. Existence was not necessarily eternal. Destruction was an existence in another sense. There was no difference. The universe it understood was a struggle for the great Tao. In this process, death and injury were inevitable, but Taipu Jun did not think that this was cruel. It was just following the laws of the universe. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Killing each other is killing each other. You still have to help it give such a high-sounding reason. Isn't it just a heartless artifact that treats the common people as straw dogs? As long as the temptation is enough, in the cultivation world, what's the point of a life-and-death struggle? We don't have to help it with such a hypocritical label, do we? Daoist Master Zhao was speechless. His words were rough, but they were reasonable. In fact, he also thought so. However, in the cultivation world, the true monarchs respected Lord Piyush's interests, so they needed to be unified when talking about it. Don't talk nonsense. It's fine if you talk nonsense here, but don't talk nonsense outside, especially in the plainstone realm. Although Taipu Jun has never made things difficult for the cultivators below, there are some things that are only in the mind. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. I understand. Disciple is not stupid. How could I speak ill of master in master's home? When we get there, of course we have to pick something good to listen to. Then, what is the specific constitution? Is there a pattern? Daoist Master Zhao shook his head. Taipu Jun's forgetfulness is great, so every 360 years of comprehension is basically a random arrangement. It might be the same as the last time, or it might be completely different. This is impossible to predict. Lu Xiaoyi wanted to get to the bottom of it. Then, last time, and the time before that, what happened? No matter how forgetful it is, there should at least be a continuity, right? Daoist Master Zhao was even more embarrassed. No cultivator was chosen last time, and no cultivator was chosen last time either. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Just tell me, how many years has it been since the last time a golden core cultivator of the free and unfettered wandering realm participated? Daoist Master Zhao sighed. About 10,000 years ago. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Then there's no need to say, there's definitely no continuity. Chapter 872. Seeing that Daoist Master Zhao was indeed embarrassed, Lu Xiaoyi had no choice but to change the topic. Martial uncle, since it's the collective comprehension of the Jindan cultivators from the surrounding dozens of universes, and there may even be a battle, then you have to tell me about the relationship between these dozens of universes, right? Which are the allies? Which are the enemies? Which are irrelevant? Is there anything between the few people in the upper realm of Juzian? Is it their own way? Or is it an alliance? Or should we just kill them? Daoist Master Zhao felt that it was better to communicate with such a guy directly. In the Taipu realm, we don't look at background, we don't care about alliances, we only focus on personal cultivation. Lu Xiaoyi understood. Oh, so you're saying that those who block the way can be killed? You don't have to bear any responsibility. Daoist Master Zhao reminded him, in principle, this is the case. However, because the arrangements of the Taipu Lord are unpredictable, it may not necessarily be to this extent. If it's not necessary, it's better not to rashly kill them, and I'm warning you, the cultivators in the Taipu realm are elites from the surrounding dozens of universes. They are different from the ordinary people you encounter in the Shaking Shadow realm. For example, the 4 people in the upper realm of Juzian also have records of crossing realms to kill. There's more than one, And there's even Yuanying who killed people who came to their door. Are you sure that you're the strongest? Don't fall into the trap without killing others. Having confidence is a good thing, but blind arrogance is a disaster. The upper realm of Juzian can be called the first realm in the surrounding dozens of universes. It's not an exaggeration to call it the first realm in the entire universe, but this refers to the overall strength. Lu Xiaoyi was beating around the bush, and understood some things. It seemed that as the self-proclaimed first realm in the universe, Juzian relied more on their size and quantity to win, and did not stand out in terms of individual cultivation strength. This was also in line with his evaluation of the people of Juzian in the past 100 years of battle. They were indeed not bad, and might have the strength of a 5-ring first-rate cultivator. However, compared to a few top sects, such as the Supreme Shenyuan of the Three Pure Ones, they were still slightly weaker. Since these Jindan are the elites of the various upper realms of cultivation, they must have their own methods in forming. For those cultivators who already understand the direction of their own Dao realm fusion, it's not necessary to experience the changes in the universe and the formation of the mountains and seas, to experience it. So, what's the reason for them to be so eager for it? Daoist Master Zhao nodded. This fellow was reckless, but his mind was still very meticulous. Spiritual opportunity from outer space. In the Taipu realm, when the Lord of Taipu's cultivation cycle fell and the nascent soul restarted, under its influence, the Taipu stone would transform into mountains and rivers. When the heavens and earth were formed, a small amount of Taipu ancient spirits would be randomly produced. That was a spiritual opportunity that was purer and of a higher level than the spiritual opportunity outside the heavens and earth. If a cultivator were to fuse with it before forming the nascent soul, it would have all sorts of unimaginable powers. It could also greatly affect the quality of the nascent soul. That's why I said that you were lucky. At the right time, you displayed the right strength and were chosen by the Lord of Taipu. That's why you had this opportunity. I'll tell you the truth, if it was just based on the sect's recommendation, even if there were 100 spots, it might not be your turn. This is not a blow to you, but the truth. Do you understand? Of course, Lu Xiaoyi understood. Wasn't he a direct descendant? After being in the cultivation world for a long time, he still had this bit of self-awareness. Daoist Master Zhao sighed, but the truth is, it has been 10,000 years since a Jindan disciple has gone to the Taipu realm. You are the first one in 10,000 years, and with your own strength, others can't envy you. Seeing that you have been diligent and sincere all these years and have a close relationship with the sect, I want to remind you not to be arrogant outside and keep a low profile. It's inevitable that people will be jealous, so don't be too arrogant. Lu Xiaoyi was taught a lesson. Don't worry, martial uncle, I understand. Daoist Master Zhao instructed, you will wait at Xiaoyao Mountain for guidance. Don't run around anymore. Maybe the other martial uncles will ask you something. Lu Xiaoyi returned to his cave abode in Xiaoyao Mountain. He pondered over the reason for this matter. He was sure that this was a good thing because of a very simple reason. That guy from Qingxian had also squeezed in. Coming from the Three Pure Ones, that cow's nose was very useful. Wherever there was something good, it couldn't escape their nose. Qingxian's cultivation was far higher than his. When he came to the upper realm of Juzian, he was already close to the peak of Jindan. Lu Xiaoyi suspected that this guy might have a trace of extraterrestrial spiritual opportunity in his storage ring, ready to use it to break through to Yuanying at any time. Ever since this guy came to Juzian, he kept a low profile at first because he didn't want to reveal his nascent soul. Later, he might have heard about the magic of the Taipu ancient spirit. According to the greedy nature of the Three Pure Ones, of course, he would squeeze in to get a share of it. Breaking through to the nascent soul realm was also not difficult for him. Lu Xiaoyi was growing, but this guy didn't stop. He even pretended to announce to the outside world that he had comprehended a yin-yang celestial dipper supreme art in the past 100 years. Bullshit. Didn't he just want to use the Three Pure Ones things openly? Therefore, the 5 most outstanding Jindan cultivators in the upper realm of Juzian formed a person and a sketch. There were only 4 strokes on the face, eyes, nose, lips, and ears. In addition to the plain clothes, it perfectly outlined the shape of a cultivator. These 3 pure ones bastards snatched everything. There was no daoist calmness at all. Regarding the extraterrestrial spiritual opportunity, this was a hurdle that cultivators couldn't bypass when they formed their nascent souls. Cultivators could only leave the bounded domain after forming their nascent souls. What did they rely on to break away from the gravitational force of the bounded domain's core? It was a trace of extraterrestrial spiritual opportunity. It was the prerequisite for cultivators to truly come into contact with the universe. Therefore, in the formation of the nascent soul, it was always divided into the true nascent soul and the false nascent soul. The true nascent soul was the nascent soul body that had integrated with the extraterrestrial spiritual opportunity before forming their nascent soul. Without integrating with the extraterrestrial spiritual opportunity, they would never be able to fly out of the bounded domain alone. They wouldn't be able to break free from the shackles of the bounded domain's gravitational force and would need to be carried by others to fly out. This was very awkward. Moreover, their future path would be limited everywhere, and there was no possibility of them becoming an upper realm perfected sovereign. Therefore, as long as they weren't forced to do so, Jindan cultivators would try their best to obtain a trace of extraterrestrial spiritual opportunity when they were trying to break through to the Yuanying realm. It was like a ticket. With it, there would be endless possibilities. In Qingtian, if one wanted to obtain the extraterrestrial spiritual opportunity, they had to fight for it on the heaven stairway. However, for a large sect like Shenyuan, it wasn't difficult to do so given the limited power of the cultivators in Qingtian. The extraterrestrial spiritual opportunity on the heaven stairway was enough for the large sects to divide among themselves. Only the small sects would fight for it. The situation in the fifth ring realm was different. There was no heaven stairway. Instead, they had to go to the depths of the Earth's core to gather the extraterrestrial spiritual opportunity. In terms of quantity, there was much more than the heaven stairway in Qingtian, so it wasn't too much of a problem. Whether it was the fifth ring realm or Qingtian, cultivators like Lu Xiaoyi, with his strength and background, didn't need to worry about the extraterrestrial spiritual opportunity. This was because he was too far away from forming his nascent soul at that time, so he didn't prepare in advance. In the end, he was suddenly brought to the Juxian upper realm. Chapter 873. In the upper realm of Juxian, the spiritual opportunity was even more abundant. This was one of the reasons why Juxian dared to claim to be the #1 realm in the universe. It could be said that as long as you reached this level, you would definitely have access to the spiritual opportunity, and there would not be a situation where Jindan lacked the spiritual opportunity and became a fake nascent soul. This kind of unique condition resulted in the prosperity of the upper realm cultivators in Juxian. In terms of numbers, they were far superior to the other upper realms. Hence, Lu Xiaoyi had never considered this factor. In his opinion, if there was a need, he could just go back to Xiao Yarrow Mountain and apply for a strand. However, he did not notice that in the Taipu realm, there was a special existence of Taipu ancient spirit. This was not mentioned in Xiao Yarrow Travel's ordinary records. He had also skimmed through it, but his nose was not as sharp as Qing Xian's. He could smell even the slightest smell of meat. Of course, Qing Xian would definitely think that the swordsman was greedy by nature and had a premeditated plan, so there was no need to explain. Finally, you are going out to the universe to wreak havoc. One ear, that place is filled with people who can cross realms to kill. Don't think that you are invincible. When you guys come back, your face will be ugly without an ear. Ka looked at him from the corner of her eyes and could not help but remind him. She had been to the shaking shadow continent many times. She had seen the beautiful scenery and also watched the sword cultivators practice their swordsmanship. To be honest, she was very envious of the impudent environment of the shaking shadow continent, where everyone chased after each other, and the flourishing cultivation environment. However, she was also clear that such a situation could only occur in the initial stages of a sect's establishment. It could not be replicated. Lu Xiaoyi did not care, senior apprentice sister, when I go up, I will see if there is a chance to get a strand for you. I will let you cultivate a white and fat giant nascent soul. Kawa pursed her lips. I can tell that you are ignorant just by listening to your word. The Taipu ancient spirit chooses its master. Even if you get 10 or 100 strands, they will only recognize you. What's the use of giving it to me? Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. There are so many stupid rules. I still want to get more and sell them for spiritual stones. Kawa said seriously, One Ear, don't take this lightly. The fight for the grand simplicity ancient spirit had never stopped since this day. I've heard from the perfected lords that every time we go down, the casualty rate is close to 20% to 30%. Don't think that it's a place where you can push me aside. There was once when the Jin Dan from the Juzian upper realm was completely annihilated there, and not a single one returned. Lu Xiaoyi clasped his hands and said, What insider information do you have? Tell me about it. Senior apprentice sister, your ears are long and you're well informed. I can't even be compared to you. Marshal Uncle Zhao is a taciturn person who refuses to say anything. Kawa came here with this intention in mind. There are a few things you need to take note of. First, among the living beings summoned by the Taipu ancient spirit, there are not only human cultivators, but also insect, void beasts, soul bodies, acquired spirit treasures, and various other strange things. Among these species, most of them are enemies with humans, so don't be fooled by them. Secondly, the cultivation upper realms in these dozens of universes, on the surface, they respect our Juzian as the top realm in the universe, but they might not think so in private. Especially the subjugation realm, dragon-slaying realm, star-hunting upper realm, and 7 or 8 other powerful realms, they have always been unconvinced of our Juzian. They joke that Juzian is hiding under the heaven and earth chessboard, not daring to stand out and compete with the other stars outside the universe. Lu Xiaoyi asked, Then let's fight for it. Juzian is so big, who would it be afraid of? Kawa glared at him, You only know how to fight. These things will be taken care of by the upper realms, it's not something us small Jin Dan should be thinking about. What I want to say is the third point, even if you're also from the upper realm of Juzian, you need to be more careful. The 9 upper realms of Juzian have a lot of dirty dealings, they're not as harmonious as they seem on the surface. Lu Xiaoyi sighed, I understand, everyone is an enemy. Kawa laughed, as long as you don't be so arrogant, others might not come to deal with you. But if you want to be like a show-off who carries 2 flags on the heaven and earth chessboard, and want to capture all the Taipu ancient spirits in one net, then you'll become the target of everyone. 1 strand of this thing is enough, it's useless to have more. Lu Xiaoyi was a little confused. What's the difference between ordinary extraterrestrial spiritual opportunity and Taipu ancient spirits? Where are the benefits? Why do I feel that all of you think that this is a great opportunity? Kawa shook her head. Among the spiritual immortals and true monarchs that I know, none of them have ever used Taipu ancient spirits, so no one can tell the specific effects. But from what I know, among all the Taipu ancient spirits in the upper realm of Juzian, more than 50% of them have successfully advanced to Yuanying. This is already a very good probability. Lu Xiaoyi didn't say anything. What he actually wanted to ask was, if these people were to use ordinary extraterrestrial spiritual opportunity, then would the success rate be low? Just like this time, Juzian and the other 4, if they didn't use Taipu ancient spirits, the probability of advancing to Yuanying wouldn't be low. Because they were the best of the best, it wasn't appropriate to compare them like this. In the following time, after Lu Xiaoyi cultivated, he spent most of his time in the library. Now, he had the right to freely choose the martial arts, and there were no restrictions. He had to have a clear understanding of the overall cultivation network of free travel, even if he didn't cultivate it. In terms of swordsmanship, he had completely opened up his own path. It was very difficult for him to find any swordsmanship that he could use. Basically, he needed to integrate his own things to make changes. This was the ability that he had cultivated for 500 years. But in terms of martial arts, he didn't have his own unique thing, and he didn't want to waste time in this aspect. Just the path of swordsmanship alone was enough to give him a headache. In terms of the free travel, he mainly wanted to find something about the celestial martial arts. To put it bluntly, It was the ability to cultivate the Big Dipper star scripture without going to the antimaterial space. Since he built his foundation, his cultivation had been alternating between the positive and negative spaces. The main world was the main world, and the anti-space was the supplement. It had been 100 years since he came here from the land of exile, and he hadn't cultivated in the anti-space for 100 years. This would have a certain impact on his cultivation progress. There were two solutions. One was very simple: find an antimaterial space that was convenient to enter and exit. In the fifth ring and the blue sky, this wasn't a problem. The blue sky was especially convenient, and his sect elders were also very easy to ask. But in the Juzian upper realm, so far, he didn't have a completely trustworthy cultivator who could arrange for him to go to an antimaterial space. Subconsciously, he didn't want to reveal the details of his cultivation of the Big Dipper star scripture in front of others. Moreover, in the free travel, he didn't have any contact with a monarch. As for the Yuaniing spiritual master, he lacked confidence in the arrangement. The antimaterial space wasn't something that could be opened by just anyone. There were only two realistic ways. One was to find a permanent mission in the antimaterial space, but this would take him away from the shaking shadow realm for a long time. The other was to solve this problem in terms of martial arts. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,